All right, there we go. We're all good. I delayed. I am sorry, everybody. See if I can fix this real quick. There we go. We should be hearing a flock of seagulls. Hello, Gab. Welcome on in. I am good. How are you on this Sunday? What the fuck? Why did that take me there? That shouldn't have taken me there. Do I have that command backwards? And fix it. Oh, because I hit control. That's why. Okay. I'm dreading Monday morning, but otherwise fine. Don't we all dread the Monday morning? Right, sending out the alert. So people know. And then I'm also... Let's just do it here too. Ugh. All right, we're starting here shortly. What's going on? Next one, I'm good. How are you? Oh yeah, that's right. Tomorrow's a holiday for most people, not me. I'm actually working tomorrow. All right. Audio okay for everybody? I think it should be. Yeah, it looks fine on my end. Not for me either, because I'm not American, but Thursday will be. What's Thursday in Brazil? In Brazil. Really? That's on May 29th? Umi Sunday and DB Edwards, welcome on in. Oh, I see. It just moves around on Thursdays. That's what it is. That makes sense. All right. So last we left off, Granddad was really going through it. He's very drunk. Well, not very drunk. He's very sick. And continues to drink despite being told, hey, maybe not a good idea. Battler decided, oh man, it's time to be really pervy. And by pervy, I mean assault level pervy. What else is happening? We've met all the family, we've met all the butlers and everything, so I feel like now we have the full cast, correct? Let me just make sure that that's the case. Oh, no, we still okay, no, well, we have met him. No, we have met everybody. I think everybody just hasn't been filled in yet because the main character Battler still hasn't met him. Okay. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around with around buckets of sushi or something. We have met there. Yeah, they're just not in the profiles, right? However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to the grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with business, success in business. So, if this meeting literally was a conference, how much of the fortune was invested, and what sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? God, this is some rich people shit, man. As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were rarely discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it would be lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who... Excuse me, I was taking a sip of water. The absence of the man who was the source of all of his trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, while the demon is not around, everyone can relax, comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my left is his older brother and Jessica's father. Uncle... I actually forgot what his name is. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Oh, that's right. Yes, because I constantly made the joke that, like, out of everybody here, he is like the whitest man here. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. Welcome on in. Hello. Did it actually play that? It didn't sound like it came through on my end. I think it did. Kinzo is definitely a Westaboo. Oh, absolutely he is. Oh, that's why. It is. My sound is really, really low. I had it low for something I was playing earlier. But hi, y'all. Welcome on in. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. Oh, yeah. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling and was despised by all the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seemed to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even their relationship was bad when they were children. Sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. Kind of. You don't name your kids like that and live in a Western mansion if you're not a Westaboo. We got to find a better name for that. Like a Marabou is funny, but like that's specifically just like America and not talking about Western culture in general. I don't know what word we give that. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica would be taking and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to save questions about exams for my father on her left, purposely faced right when firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. The architecture is very European. Yeah, they come off very like European, even down to like having like, oh, we have a clan symbol and all of us must bear this crest. That's super European. America doesn't really have that. They do to a degree, but not really. Like, you know, like the family name is like important, but like, you know how like England has like the order of the British Empire, where it's like you can literally be like knighted and shit. Yeah, we ain't got nothing like that. So like nobody is like running around with like we do, but like you don't get like a fancy name title of it. Like you don't get to put OBE at the end of your name or anything like that. Purposely faced right with okay, I did, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite end of the table, from Kraus and the others. In the very last seat of the at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kyrie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man named Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather. What, with all of his love of things Western? There it is, they mentioned it. Najo's probably the only person who could enter Rokinjima, despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kyrie and the other women who sat near to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. And speaking of, let's actually read some profiles. Ushiromiya Kraus, Kinzo's first child. It's insane. As the oldest of the four siblings, he led the family conference. However, the other siblings think he is trying to get all of the inheritance for himself, and this further strains the tensions between them. He is a real estate investor. I couldn't tell. Kraus, real estate investor? No way. No. Looking like that? No. No. And has put a lot of money into development of a resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. And then attending physician, yes, Nanjo. Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend. He once ran a hospital on Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people he trusts. Thanks to Nanjo's big-bearded nature and big-hearted nature, he has been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. Made me think the grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it might be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. Boy, is it ever going to be. Hello, Goose. Welcome in. Weeb Jack, yeah, everything I've been playing. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I think it's a fair balance here. I get to be a weeb, and they get to be, you know, dream American Westerners. Actually, more European Westerners. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much. Okay, I said this already. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but considering how rich grandfather is, fuck yeah, it's time to cash out. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. Even though he hasn't shown up, that's not a death flag at all. No. He's going to be totally fine. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. Time to cash out. Time to get that cash app ready. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. That's a joke I don't get. I totally freak out. I mean, I understand the context of it, but if I could read kanji, that would make more sense to me. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event before the Showa era, 1926 to 1989. Jeez, okay, we're going. This is before World War II. Yeah, II. Until the Meiji, and 1868 and 1912, and Taisho, the 1912 through 1926 eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family, and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Although, not only was he weighed down the list of people who can inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glorious main family. However, the sky turned red, and then Shinron came down from the heavens during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923. The mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his family branch. The earthquake actually happened in real life. Ah, okay. We're actually basing this off of real life stuff then. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as a good fortune, so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I bet everyone thought Grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have been serious. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. That's how getting rich works. I'm pretty sure this all happened during the year Showa 25, 1950 or so. Yeah, so that makes sense. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924, so that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can do today. Not with that attitude. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him for practically free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the lab, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. I want to build a business on this island. JK, it's mine now. Losers weeper. Yeah, that is American Business 101. Hi, I would like to take a great sum of money from the government so that I can start a business. Lol, JK, I actually used it for my own personal investment, and now I'm living my own life. Okay, bye. I know we're dealing with anime plot, but the Rockies just won a series against the Phillies, the best team in the league. Congratulations. I'm happy they've pulled through for you. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, and a picket white fence overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would have ever been permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. But not my grandfather. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune. becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life using the dividends. That's... Well, I guess during that time, iron and steel would still be huge. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that's how they've portrayed the fact. But grandfather denies all that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know where his bizarre black magic hobby became from. Again, Western obsession, which means at some point you get to witchcraft and, you know, sorcery and whatnot. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. This man talked to Aleister Crowley. From what I've heard, those around him warmly, watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out thinking, that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period, okay? He would have had no opportunities and would have probably advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace. Oh, excuse me. At a leisurely pace. Yeah, don't remind me about college. The less I ever have to think about going through college again, the better. Not that I had a bad time. It's just the time was great. The debt and the payment back, and then like, oh man, you're gonna get such a high paying job. You'll be making money, and then you'll have you'll have your own wife and family, and you'll have a house, and yeah, no, that was only working out for you if you already had money and your family had money too. Some people do. No, that's not to say that some people don't actually get that opportunity through like, just like being in the right opportunity. But like, it's very rare. Like a lot of the people that I went to college with, where it's like they were able to buy a house, were already well off. Or, they were able to marry and, get a house. Most people that I see that are like single still, or, like even if they are together with somebody and they didn't grow up with like some sort of wealth, are still working like normal 9-to-5 jobs, and there's no progress on like the house or anything like that. So like hearing a line like this, I'm kind of like, yeah, but I think in the 80s it was a little different. Like you could actually buy a house. 2010s, 2020s. I mean, like if you ain't got a house now, unless you get stinking rich, that who knows if that's ever happening. Sorry, I didn't mean to get depressing here. Never becoming more than an average salary man. Yep. What is this college you speak of? I say that every day when I pass my diploma. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch that we still have not chowed down on yet. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they?
スーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。
They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket.
おいおいよせよバトラー。
Hey, quit it, battler.
育ちがバレちまうだろうが。
Your upbringing will be exposed. Damn. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。
Ah, George, it's nice to see that you unfogged your glasses for this scene. Remember, everyone, Battler hates people judging him for being rich. Yup. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them.
ゴーダさんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
I'll be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles.
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。
Well, I don't know the details.
老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。
But stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What, with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was?
そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。
In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire.
それでその時偶然お袋が使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile.
世の中というのは難しいものです。
The world is a difficult place.
しかし、そのおかげでこうして今日、後宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。
However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family.
大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、
Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number
お
of
使
people,
いすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのも
I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me.
これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。
It kills me every time. Just the face palm. It just every time it gets me. That's because you were the most talented of the applicants. I have a fucking headache.
客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので。
The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings. So there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to sound so indifferent? Because she has a headache. If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
失礼いたします。
Please excuse us.
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Goda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of all of us. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I had already filled up on the delicious food. But as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More!" I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's okay. This part's sour. This part's sour. Battler, this one's no good. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。
What?
よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
What? Some are good and bad, some are bad. Okay, I'm just gonna shove all of them in my mouth at the same time. Damn, they even got the slurp sound effect in there. Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Maybe if you mix them together, you can dip it in a banana. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in... Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know how his family hasn't, like, called him out on this shit by now. I mean, like, they have, but, like, this particular scene. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I would have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
Shannon-chan, この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい?
Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is the sour stuff? I don't know. Shannon-chan hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she really doesn't know. Oh, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? When Natsu made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting at the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle.
What
do you think it was made out of? No, it'll shock you.
What? 全然わかんねえぜ。
What? Huh? I don't have a clue.
というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。
Wait a second. Kumasawa-san, Kumasawa Baha-san. That laugh's pretty creepy.
で、何なんだよ、正体は。
So, what is it?
内緒ですよ。
Don't tell anyone, okay? I don't think I'm gonna like this answer.
お耳を拝借。
Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, George, Aniki, and of course, Maria also put their ears closer. Oh. What? What? Quickly. Quickly.
この酸っぱいのはですね。
You see, the sour part is made from...
実はお魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
Juice squeezed from a mackerel. I heard her say Osaka. I wonder if and it's good that they translated it in a way that would just make sense to us, but I wonder if there's something about fish from Osaka maybe that was the joke here. I'm not sure. What? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Oh. Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel was sour only once prepared as shimesaba? Shimesaba, yes. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me into all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I?
熊沢のばあちゃん、相変わらずだな。
Kumasawa Bao-chan, you haven't changed. You sure haven't changed.
マリアが信じちゃうだろ?
You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right?
冗談ですよ。
It's just a joke.
今からゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason, but after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。
Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert.
本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみまして、パンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。
After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style.
散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。
The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden.
ソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意しました。
The sauce is a combination of two red, strawberry and rose
ス
hips.
トロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hip sourness.
なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。
Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat.
それではどうぞお楽しみください。
With that, please enjoy. Whoa, man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, regarding the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweet. Bro, they got like a 3-course lunch here. Sitting here describing this, I'm just like, I woke up today and decided I wanted a pizza, and I ordered a pizza, and I have like some garlic knots, and that's about it. It's just like, what'd you eat today? Bread? Cool. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste in his presentation.
いかがですか、奥様。
How is it, madam?
相変わらず見事です。
Splendid as
お
always.
客様をおもてなしするに値します。
It is worthy of entertaining our guests. Why I had this lunch last Tuesday can recommend. Of just the sweet and sour. The you dip the banana in that one.
恐れ入ります。
I am most grateful for your words,
奥様、ご存知ですか？
madam. Did you know?
ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。
I have heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches.
奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared.
そう。
I like floral teas a lot. I enjoy tea, but I don't know what I actually like. So like usually if I have tea, it's like, oh yeah, something with lemon, that'll work. And then I tried chamomile and I'm like, oh, chamomile, that tastes good. But like if you put a gun to my head and said, okay, which one is which? I could probably identify anything with lemon in it, but like I don't know what like black, like Earl Grey, black tea, chamomile. I'm like I don't know how to like describe the hints of tea. It's not that like I don't taste it and go like I feel like when I'm drinking tea, I'm not there to taste it. I'm just there to be like, ah, thank you. You were warm and going to make my throat feel better. Thank you. And I don't get to the part where it's like, oh yes, this tastes like XYZ. Natsuhi, I would like you more if you weren't so mean to Shannon. She has a headache. It's okay. I've yet to find a tea I like. Sad.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ほら言ったでしょ、夏日姉さん。
See? Didn't I tell you, Natsuhine-san?
ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
Rose hip is, why did I say it like that? Rose hip is great for headaches.
みたいね。
So it seems.
効くといいんだけど。
I do hope it actually helps. It's my favorite boy, Hideyoshi. I swear to God, you better not die.
ゴーダさん、あんたには惚れるで。
Goda-san, I love ya.
なあ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。
Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you?
無理ならあんたの欲しい年収、指立ててくれるだけでもいいんやで。
Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like.
あんたの腕がこの島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。
Having your talent confined to the small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture.
その腕、わしの会社で振るってお客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。
What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers?
秀吉さん。
All right. Hideyoshi-san,
うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか？
are you trying to steal away our Goda?
これは困った。
Now, that won't do at all.
ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
We'd better start treating Goda better or he'll get snatched up.
そうした方がいいわね。
Imagine me paying a man who prepares food money, a more than fair living wage. He's just a slightly better, like, you know, fast food cooker, except he prepares a better grade of food, but, you know, all still the same. Yeah, yes, you should.
じゃないと引き抜かれて、3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
If you don't, someone's gonna grab him and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa style mackerel cooking for cooking a day, won't you?
これは手厳しゅうございます。
No, that's harsh.
すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory.
それでは失礼いたします。
In that case, if you'll excuse me,
夕食にはふるって。
prepare yourselves for tonight's dinner.
たくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので。
I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you'd better look forward to it.
期待してるよ。
We sure will. Why are we only talking about food? There should be a man giving us money.
今晩はしめ鯖でキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimisaba.
それは素敵ね。
That sounds wonderful.
ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake.
ええ、ございますよ。
Oh, we certainly will.
六軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
Haven't you heard of Rokkenjima's famous mackerel shochu? Kumasawa-san's together with Shannon-chan bowed and pushed the serving cart away. Is the bot not up? Hang on, I'll fix that. Oh, I know why. I did do that last night. Well, actually, if the bot's up, then it really doesn't matter if I'm connected to streamer. That should work now. Right? That shouldn't matter. It doesn't. Good. Imagine forgetting I was using her for different functions. She was serving as a file repository. And so I wasn't using her for a minute, and then I just kind of forgot. And I was like, oh right, you have other purposes you need to do. Imagine being a high-class chef and the family you work for starts joking about wanting to eat fish and chips. There we go. Sorry, got stuck there. I mean, it would be the Western culture thing. Yes, I'd like an order of fish and chips, and afterwards I'd like some beans and toast. I actually don't know what that was in reference to. I haven't played Yuppie Psycho in so long. I don't even know what character or what scene happened for me to say that. I have like maybe an idea, but like I don't know if it fits. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. Yuppie Psycho's aesthetic was on point. My God, what an insane ride that game was, man. Oh boy. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner. No, none of this fish and chips. We will be eating the best wagyu for dinner. Please tell me she's not talking to Battler. Thank you. Kumasawa-san, thank you for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. My ass will be going to Japan at some point, and I that's kind of like on my list of just like I want the real Wagyu. I want the real shit. And real wasabi, not the fake horseradish shit we have in the States. Yep. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge this question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. Wow. You've got to visit the in real life Ushiromiya mansion. It has a beautiful garden. It's in Tokyo? They like that's a yeah. I was like, wait a minute, it's a real mansion. Okay, well then I mean, like, I will be in Tokyo. That is the plan. I will unfortunately be the original PC version used real life photos with a filter, remember? Oh. Huh. Well then, I have learned something today. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. All right, so I need to add that to the list because my dumbass was like, oh yeah, places I'm going to go. I must be a nerd and go to Akihabara for every reason that I don't want to be there. Akihabara. But now I'm like, okay, now that actually sounds like a cool place to be. Is to actually check out the Ushiromiya mansion and see it. I also want to go to Hokkaido. That's going to require like a trip, but I don't really care. I want to go there because like the mountains look gorgeous, and then they have like a whole bunch of gardens up there that are really beautiful too. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。
I had heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts.
確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。
I believe you were given a break until this evening.
羨ましい。
I'm jealous.
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
Huh? Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet.
そうそう。
Ah, yes.
オーブンでこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。
I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven.
できたらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいですね。
If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
はい。
Yes.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. It's just crazy to me. I've just been stuck in like rich hell. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. The parlor. Apparently, they prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside.
バトラ君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
Batula-kun, why don't we all go outside for a walk?
バラでも見に行ったらええ。
Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. We're gonna do adult shit in here. Don't ask.
でも天気には十分注意するんやで。
But keep a close eye on the weather.
空はまだ明るいが、天気予報は降る降ると繰り返しちょる。
The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. I want to go to the beach, the
あら素敵じゃない？
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it?
そっか。
Good point.
よし。じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。
Okay, let's all go to the beach then.
マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。
Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Well, I mean, if we're going to the beach, why are we... Well, I guess you could just go there fully clothed and just, like, take your shoes off and walk on the sand. I guess that's fine.
靴もよ。
Or your shoes. Won't get wet.
素直で可愛い。
That obedience is so cute.
バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
Battle-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
おうよ、任せろ。
Sure, leave it to me.
ほう、お前もキリエに頼まれると素直で可愛いじゃねえか。
Oh, hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kyrie like that. The coming on to me? What the fuck?
たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
No, why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Yeah, wait, are you actually coming on to me? I'm very confused. Sending a child to the beach and expecting them not to get in the water, I would not have listened. Yeah, that was my thinking. It was just like, you're telling a child to go to the beach. They're going to go to the beach and go play in the water and the sand. If you're expecting me to come back dry from the beach, I would have more questions. Like, well, then what did you do? Straight to the water, clothes and all. Yeah.
まっぴらごめんだぜ。
Hell no.
行こうぜ、みんな。
Let's-
ほらほら。
Let's go, everyone. Come on. Oh, what the fuck? Why am I yawning? It's just a cheeky, wow, you sure are obedient when it comes to your stepmom, eh? You ever thought about not being a little shit to your dad? Oh, okay. All right, the translation read for some reason made me go like, well, wait, huh? What? But maybe I also just I didn't infer that correctly either. So it's probably more my fault. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. I think your mind is just weird. You're weird. You don't even have a mind. You've got no head. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。
Rudolph's family certainly seems close.
良いことだ。
It's a wonderful thing.
よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
Quick it. Quick it? Quick it? Quick it? Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki.
そうよ。
That's true.
ジェシカちゃん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。
You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. Is this what grown-ups do? Is this what grown-ups do at family reunions? Oh man, your kids, they're so this. Man, your kids though, they're just like, you raised them to be that. Like, is this what we do at rich family functions? Is this it? Is this it? I am so glad I did not marry into a rich family. My God, this is so just. I don't know what the word is for this. This just feels like, I don't know. Like it's compelling for a story. Like I'm not saying like the story is bad or anything. It's just like in real life, this is a real conversation that someone may be having, and it's just kind of like, yeah. No, that's exactly what I mean. Is that they're being snide to each other. It's just like, yeah, they're throwing barbs. So she's calling Jessica adorable, like, oh, her clown behavior is so cute. Right. Like, because I'm like, yeah, like Jessica-chan to be adorable, and it's like they were literally describing Jessica as like, oh, she's so scrappy and was like definitely like a boy, and she talks like a boy would in Japan. And so yeah, like this is them like being like snarky to each other. Like, is this what it is? Is this just what families do? We have kids and then we start talking snarkily about their kids indirectly. So it's just so bizarre to me. It's like, they're kids. What do you want? What the fuck do you want the kids to do? I'm so glad I don't have to deal with in-laws, even normal ones. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like. It's the family part of marriage is the part where I just kind of like, all right, I'm kind of like tuned out. I'm kind of not here. It's like, all right, cool. We have to go and say hi. Okay, hi. Please be nice at least while we're here, and then all right, and we'll just move on. Which kind of feels like the opposite of what a family should feel like, but I don't know. Trauma, man. It's like if the color beige was a human. The color beige was a human. This feels like an out of context quote.
これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsuhine-san.
どうも。
Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。
Still, they sure do grow fast.
いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。
I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, then they're adults like us.
バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
Batsula-kun looks like a completely different person now.
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。
His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid.
うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
Though you could say the same about my husband.
子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。
I wonder where the border between child and adult is. Like, I don't know. It's a mindset. I mean, because she's obviously not asking that question about like age.
私未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
I still don't feel as though I've grown up.
情けないじゃないか。
Huh. Huh. Yes, isn't that pitiful? Me, an adult.
一児の母の言うことではない。
That's not something the mother of a child should say.
そうね。
That's right.
私たちももう子供じゃない。
We're not children anymore.
大人同士よ。
We're all adults now.
だから感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. I was actually ready for it to be like, okay, and the scene's over. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. Uh-oh. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out of the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。
It got defenestrated? Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations.
お前の嫌味は時に的を外している。
It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark. I throw myself out of a window. I'd yeet myself out of this room so fast.
昔から変わらない。
And just as it always has.
昔からいつもですって？
What? Sorry, I see. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do?
あらあら。
My.
その言葉をきれいに放送して。何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。
I wish I could wrap up those words. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa. Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. Eva, okay, the children aren't here and we've fulfilled the pleasantry quota. Let's drop the mask now, shall we? Let's be complete dicks to each other. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
よせよ、姉貴。
Hey, quit it, Aniki.
ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。
We better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. We're doing adult shit now. Let's go. The adults are in the room. The kids have left. We can finally stop pretending.
それこそ知的な話よ。
Let us make that our intellectual discussion. What is this, like a Mensa meeting now? As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let a small look of resignation across their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。
Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months.
ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。
And the fucker's still not dead is basically what he just said. Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now.
いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
Should we take it to mean that it might suddenly happen at any time?
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。
The family head is still alive and well.
このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、
The fact that
ル
you
ドル
bring
フさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
the fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san.
だがな、夏日さん。
Still, Natsuhi-san. Hideyoshi, man, you shouldn't be involved in this shit.
こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。
This is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens.
今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。
He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we still got time to plan.
これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say.
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。
It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
あなたから説明してくださいませんか。
could we hear the details from you?
彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、
Dr. Nanjo,
お父様の具合は どんな感じなんですか？
How is father's condition?
まずはじめに
Well, to begin,
私が去年申し上げました
allow
4
me
年
to
3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですのでその訂正からいたします
allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out.
言われずともわかるわ。
No need to explain. No, none of the bullshit. Just tell us.
余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
さようです
That is correct.
ですから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますがいつ亡くなるのかということは決して断言できないことなのです
Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. It'll be now.
人の命は体と心に支えられております
A human's life is supported by their body and their mind.
体が弱れば危うくもなりますがそれを補う心の強さがあれば
If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state.
体はともかく、お心はまだしっかりしていて、意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
So you're saying that if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited.
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
Damn. Oh, we spent all this time with all the pleasantries and talking about dinner for hours upon hours. And now we're just like, hey, can you just shut up for a moment? Man's talking, waiting to hear if this fucker's dying. Wow. Kirie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
さようです
That is correct.
金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております
Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health.
ましてやあのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けてはとても
This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol.
崖っぷちなのも酒のせい。
So he's in a crisis now because he drinks.
ながらえてるのも酒のせいか。
And maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There are people like that. There are just genuinely people where it's just like, health be damned, like their body is broken down, but like if they don't at least have like a bottle of wine, if like they have like wine every day or like they have whatever their drink of choice is every single day, that motor for some reason just keeps running. Only men can talk now, and the women with blood relation to the family as well. Oh yeah, that would be what that's okay. I took that a little differently. That line reads different now that you say that. Yeah, I have no idea how functioning alcoholics work. I can't imagine, and I've worked with people like this where quite literally they cannot get to work or they can't function if they haven't had something in the morning, and then also drink during work. It just like, it's something to me that's like unreal. Like I don't understand. Like I talk about drinking all the time. I used to bartend. Like we drink on stream sometimes, and I'll just sit there and I'm like, I still don't understand. Like how does your body process that and you stay running? It's a phenomenon to me. I have no clue how people can do that. There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker.
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども。
Yeah, my general rule is always like, if there are responsibilities that you need to take care of, you shouldn't be having anything. It's just like, you need to drive somewhere, you need to get to work, you have to take care of somebody. I don't understand why you're even thinking about it, but there are just some people where it's like, yeah, no. Line cooks are built different. Everyone back there is on something. Yep. Boy, is that true. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction.
お父様、 来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら。
But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? This day next year. Let's talk about this day right now.
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
Also, I'm with Natsuhi here. That's rude as fuck. That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsuhi jumped on Eva, Eva not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
Natsuhi-san, kanina.
Line cooks are built different, and some bartenders can also be built like that too. Like I still remember the first time I got to go to like a coworkers, and like we because they also bartended, and we went to their place, and so I thought like, oh man, like I have like a little bar set up in like, you know, like my place. So if like somebody wanted to come over, it's like I could make them something. You know what I mean? Like I very rarely did I ever have like beer or anything like that. But it was just like, yeah, like if you want to make something, like I have a proper setup. I went there and it was just like the fridge almost has no food. Like it is just cases of like different sorts of beers, heavy beers, like, you know, like heavy stouts, IPAs, even like, you know, like some Miller Lights or whatnot, like something that's light. You look around and it is just bottles of bottles. Like it almost looks like they have a liquor storage, not like a bar, like a storage of just whatever. And I was like, holy shit. And it wasn't like a setup of just like, oh, hey, yeah, you know, like pour yourself something if you'd like, or I can make you something. It is just like, nope, this is just here to like, we are consuming. I had I had one drink, but everybody else there was just completely gone within like 3 to 4 hours. And I was just like, yeah, I can't do this. This is a bit much.
Eva, お前も少し言葉を選ばんか?
Natsuhi-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
お父様の容体が気になって仕方なかったもので。
I was just so concerned about father's condition.
そうですか。
Is that so?
それは気づきませんでした。
I hadn't realized.
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us.
父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
For the sake of the beautiful love of... sorry, right. In your hoity-toity voice. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an innocent chuckle.
来年までお元気かという質問ですが。
You ask whether he will still be healthy next year.
医者の私としてはとても難しい。
But as a doctor, it is very hard to say.
この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし。
Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while,
何らかの発作が来れば、その時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。
if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do.
何しろ、六軒島は孤島です。
After all, Rokenjima is a solitary island.
すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。
It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him.
本来ならば、今度のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが。
Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but...
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。
Father stated he does not want his noble research interrupted.
去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。
It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。
Apparently, he strongly suspects that he will be shut away in some hospital if he does go outside.
すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
And that's how things are now.
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo.
機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだね。
It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods.
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれ。
I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen.
本当に見るだけですがな。
I've really only been able to look.
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。
It's true, some people hate doctors.
しかし困ったもんだの。
Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless.
つまりおさらいすると、
So, to sum it up,
相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。
he's still expected to live 3 months.
禁止のまま、あとどれだけ長らえるか見当もつかねえってことだ。
There's still there's no way to guess how long he'll live while still on the verge of death.
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか？
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words?
ああ、すまんね。
Sorry.
昔からこういう口の聞き方なんだ。
I've always talked this way. Just get to the point.
勘弁してくれ。
Give me a break.
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。
I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it.
クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの？
What about you, Kraus-Nissan?
実を言うと、南條先生とは異なる意見だ。
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. That fucker's dying today.
とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。
And I mean, like, he actually does have, like, the most recent details of how he is, so... I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live. Okay, he's being manipulative here.
怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。
His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fist raining down on me.
長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair.
来世では俺より後に生まれるよ。
In the next world, get born after me.
さて、話を戻そうぜ。
Okay, let's get back on track.
そんなわけで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。
So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go any time.
兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。
No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field.
となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは時期尚早ではないってことさ。
Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Man, I hope I don't have shit when I die. Ain't nobody got to fight about it. I'm just like, all right, I'm dead. It was nice knowing you guys. It was fun.
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。
Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right?
でもそれは綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。
But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash.
お誕生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ。
It's not as simple as cutting a birthday cake with a knife. We're millennials. We ain't gonna have shit when we die. Hi, I'm dead. You have acquired my debt? Congratulations, children. You now have to pay off whatever I was dealing with.
姉貴の例えは面白いね。
That's an interesting way to put it.
そうさ。ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろ。
That's right. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut it into equal parts. Do a funny. Leave a button behind and put it in your will that someone needs to press the button. The button will trigger the explosives that destroy all your property. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great for this. That would be fantastic for this.
それを加味して、どういう風にナイフを入れるのか 先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
Yeah, because at this point they need to liquidate assets for this to work. All right, I'm gonna take like a 1 minute break here. I'm gonna get some water. All right, here we go. Okay, but what if he hates everyone and none of you get the money? I mean, you could do that. You could just literally just be like, I'm giving all my wealth to, I'm donating it to like whatever. And then, yeah, none of your kids don't have to get shit. You could do that. While you met her on your deathbed, the gold is in the... Bleh. Given that you think it's important to discuss beforehand how to best stick the knife in.
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as though the head family is dead, even though he's still alive.
あら、必要な話よ。
Come now, don't you see how important this is?
だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。
After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right?
ましてや栄光ある後宮家の財産は莫大。
Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya house's wealth is vast.
事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが。
Hang on. There we go. You know, I don't know why water can just have like different taste. Like, I understand that it comes from different places. So like, I don't know, like there's normally like a, you know, like you drink water from like a water fountain. I'm like, okay, that's like, I'm used to that. Like that's the water. But then like you get Evian, which is said that it's made by the French Alps. Like the water there, like I mean, like I understand, like water everywhere is going to taste somewhat different. And depending on what's like done to it, it is going to taste different. But that also drives me insane because I'm just like, it's just supposed to be water. Why are you all weird? Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand?
当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. I like to think it's the bottle. I love Fuji bottles and they taste like nothing. I guess that's one way to think of it. I don't think that's actually the case, but it would be nice if it was just like, oh yeah, it's the bottle's fault.
失礼な。
Ooh. Angry.
私の実家は関係ありません。
How rude. My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsuhi responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
予算買えば
Give it a rest, Ava.
夏日さん堪忍な
Natsuhi-san, forgive us.
口が悪いのは許したってな
Migraine. Migraine MILF. Okay. Alright, that made me laugh more than I was expecting it to. Migraine MILF. Oh, please tell me that's not actually like a phrase that is used within the community. Because if it is, that's actually kind of hilarious. Migraine MILF. Fuck. Need more water. Partner rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi even more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔なようですな。
It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer.
失礼させていただきましょう。
Please excuse me. Nandro rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious to his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。
In other words, this is what you would all like to say.
親父殿の余命は短い。
Father's remaining life is short, but we must say that the intellectual way. You can't just say we want him dead.
遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。
You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance.
何を焦っているのかね。
Why are you so eager, I wonder? Because he's about to die.
確かにお前たちの言う通り、後ろ宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。
Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple task.
なれば、じっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。
In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations?
お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。
It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight.
そうだろう、ローザ。
Isn't that true, Rosa?
何を焦ることがあるのか。
What reason is there to be hasty?
焦ってるわけじゃない。
We aren't being hasty.
でも兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。
However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings.
それはいつでもいいことだけれども。
It doesn't matter when we do that.
お父様の具合が悪くなっていて、その日が近づいているというなら。
But if Father's condition but if the day Father's condition worsens is approaching.
先に話だけしておいても。 それは請求とは言わないと思うし。
Discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest. Meanwhile, the kids are just like outside and they're just like, I don't know, man, we're at a beach.
ほう。
Oh?
それはお前の本心。
Is that your true opinion?
兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。
I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of siblings would say something like that.
そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのかね。
I wonder if those two told you to say it.
よせよ、兄貴。
Quit it, Aniki.
ローザだって兄弟だぜ。
Rosa's one of Dad's kids too.
親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。
She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us.
関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。
It's only natural that she'd be interested.
親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。
After all, Dad will definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen. And that's not something that'll happen in the distant future.
むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。
On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too
まる
relaxed.
で遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように見えるぜ。
It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue.
それはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by that?
主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Well...
まあ、夏日さん。
Calm down, Natsuhi-san.
話は聞いておくなはれ。
Listen to what we have to say.
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？
Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately.
そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方。
Yeah, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom, and the yen keeps on rising.
ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。
It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Stay mad, Natsuhi. You deserve it. She absolutely does. Historical context. Yes, the 80s were very, very good for Japan. Yes. If this is because this takes place at around like 84, 86. So yes, this makes sense. Yes. That they would feel this way, that the yen would be kicking the dollar's ass. But it is just also funny that like that was said, and now here we are in 2020, 2024, where that is certainly not the case. 86, yeah. What do you mean Donnie's not banned here? 1 million yen? That's just like the Big Mac meal. Fucking God, I haven't done that. I haven't done that spiel in a while. Hello, Ace. How are you? Yeah, 80. It's the same reason why in like if you play Yakuza 0 or looking at 13 Sentinels, the 80s are like fucking flourishing in Japan. And any time that I hear like I play a like a Japanese game and it takes place in the 80s is like their golden period pretty much.
それに与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようって言うじゃない。
Also, the ruling party says that it'll establish health resort maintenance law by next year. Man, that's insane. That's insane that they're just out there and they've got healthcare and shit.
今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
At this moment, why can I not say the word resort today? Development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much funding as they can.
詳しいじゃないか。
It's crazy to have healthcare for the first time in my life. Yeah, I feel that. I had my healthcare way too late. If I had healthcare around the time that I was bartending, I'd probably be in way, way better health right now. Mostly because my doctors would have probably told me, hey, maybe running around and doing 15 miles a day on your feet where you have a screw in your ankle and you're getting injured a lot, probably not a good idea, but yeah. How onyo do you feel, Blackjack? Cum si cum sa. I can go to the doctor and it won't cost me yeah, it's just like, oh god, the visit's only $25. Okay, fine, you can have $25. That'll work. I actually have I have it set up in a way that like if I go, like if I just was like, all right, I want to do like, you know, monthly, be able to be like, all right, I can go get my eyes checked, and then maybe next month I can go to the dentist or do whatever. I have it set up that copay just like I don't even think about it. It just happens. You really screwed up your ankle. I really, really did. I messed up my ankle really, really bad just by constantly pushing myself and going 14 hours a day for a company that at the end of the day did not care about me and my health. They just wanted to know, can you make it to work? And that was it. I get a 3-month supply of my meds for $20. Wild. It's insane too, because like if you talk to any other like modern country and you explain that, they're just like, what do you mean? What do you mean it costs money? Like in Japan, if you have a child, you're covered for the child. And if the expenses for the child are less than the money that like Japan has like provided for it, you actually get that money. Like they're just like, okay, well, this was left over. Here you go. It's like, what? what do you mean? It's Dogen does a video about that. I'll post it after stream. Because boy, that video, like, I was like, huh? And it's like, it takes him like 2 minutes to explain it. And I'm like, the fuck do you mean your healthcare just does that for you? Imagine not having free healthcare. Imagine 2024, the richest country in the world has not figured that out yet. And incentivizes parents to take care of their children and keep them healthy. Yes, there are like European countries where they literally just send you like a whole kit, and we're just like, yeah, congratulations on your child. Here's like some toys and maybe some clothes and some stuff that like you can have so that your baby stays healthy and that like, you know, you have stuff to provide for them. Yeah, the other countries are just like, yeah, of course, take care of your kids. They should have these things. Imagine not realizing I made a pun. You really screw. Oh, well, yes, there are screws in my ankle. Yes. I mean, we can have health insurance and still end up. Yeah. Like that's the crazy thing is that in America, it's like, even with health insurance, our health insurance is still pretty bad. It's still, if you look at the rest of the world, our health insurance is still awful. I talked about this not too long ago. I've been talking about this for years. Specifically, the hardest part about working at a bar and not having health insurance is that, specifically like the issue with like, that I hate about like, American healthcare discussion is that we talk about it from the position of, well, we need to protect the American Healthcare Act, right? The ACA. We have to protect that. And while I do understand that there are some progress that we made with it, overall it's still a for-profit healthcare scheme, and it doesn't do anything to really help people who really need healthcare at the end of the day. And we're seeing the results of that. Now, obviously, there are some people who disingenuously just want to get rid of it altogether and privatize healthcare completely. But like, look at what it already does, right? Like, so the one example I always bring up is that companies can literally not, companies can suffer in a lot of ways in terms of, the amount of people that they have there and what the American healthcare system can provide. So if you're a company that has 50 employees, you then get taxed you're then forced to provide healthcare for all your employees there, which, I mean, whatever. I still think at the end of the day, the government should just be like, hi, you are a citizen here, you get healthcare, but it's America, whatever. We decided to do it that way, right? Where your business provides it, right? So that ends up doing one of two things. One, that discourages companies then, or small businesses, from growing past 50, and then they have to limit their growth because then they're going like, well, I can't afford to have more than 50 people here. If I have more than 50 people, I now have to also pay getting healthcare to all my employees. That's a tax that they can't pay. And so they end up limiting themselves as a result of doing that and fuck themselves over. Or you can think like a capitalist and be completely evil about this shit. For like a company that I worked for, and this broke somebody's brain one day when I told this to them. I said, do you ever think about the fact that like the place that we work for, technically they have like a bunch of different locations, but we still don't get healthcare? And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, well, think about how think about the fact that like every single restaurant we work for, it's technically the same restaurant owned by the same person, but they all have different LLCs. And they're still not quite understanding yet. And I'm like, well, and I explained to them like, yes, if you have under 50 people in a business, you don't have to pay healthcare. So you don't have to provide healthcare. So the way you get around that, if you want to expand, you know, a restaurant business, is you technically say, these are different businesses. So I have 5 restaurant businesses. They are all different. They are not the same employees in the same place. Even though we would jump around to different restaurants at like for the same place. And it would just be like, yeah, we have like over 100 employees technically working for this place, but we don't get healthcare because technically it's been filed under as 5 different businesses. It is one of the most evil ways I've ever seen for someone to get around like not providing healthcare and still make money. I tried to sign up for healthcare through the ACA stuff. The best I can afford was a $500 a month premium. God, that's a whole nother conversation. And the deductible was fucking insane, like $8,000. Yep, that was the cheapest I qualified for. I was only making $20K a year. $20K a year, by the way, is just barely above $7.25 an hour. When people complain about raising the minimum wage up to $15 an hour, I need people to understand that $15 an hour, if you worked 40 hours a week, every single week, every single day, you didn't miss a day, your job didn't try to cut hours or anything like that. Let's say you just work 40 hours a week on $15 an hour. That is $32K, I believe. It's like $32K, or it's like $32 or $37K. It's somewhere around there. It's not much. That ain't shit. It's peanuts. And yet our federal minimum wage is still $7.25. It's such a defeating talking point when people are like, oh yeah, no, that's why would we raise it? It's like, because like 15 an hour is like a bare minimum. Like at this point, like 50, you can't live off of 15 an hour if you're a single person. You're kind of screwed. Anyway, I did derail. I apologize. I'm getting back on track. Basically, just multiply the hourly by 2,000 to account for 2 weeks off, which isn't a given by any means now. Yep.
これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。
Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom.
親父殿が後宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの
It'll
大
be
規模な需要拡大の時代がね。
It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which father reinvented the Ushiromiya family. I love when people argue that our healthcare is better because no wait time. No. First of all, we still do have wait times. That's not true. We still do. They're just behind a paywall. It's different. But I have an appointment with a specialist that was 3 months out. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like that is the biggest lie, is that, oh, there's no wait times. It's like, yes, there is. First of all, yes, there is. And second of all, our wait time is a paywall. It's also a paywall. And even when you get past the paywall, you then realize, like, I remember I was supposed to go and get, I was getting in an MRI scan done because I wasn't sure what was going on with my body. There was just one day, it turns out I've fractured something either in my rib or in my back. I can't really tell. But I also don't want to pay at this point to find out because it was a lot. So I needed to go get an MRI. I scheduled for that in March. Okay. So this is March of last year. March of last year, I was scheduled to go get an MRI. They were going to do just an MRI of, because they weren't sure if it was maybe, because it was affecting the right side of my body. And I wanted to make sure that, like, okay, it's not something like with my nerves, something with my brain or something like that. So they scheduled me for a brain MRI and a neck MRI just to make sure, like, everything is okay there. And then I needed to go schedule with the neurologist afterwards to talk about the results of that. My MRI that I scheduled in March, I was like, whenever the next soonest available is, I'll just take a day off and just go do it, right? I went in for that MRI about 3 months later. It was in June. The neurologist who I was supposed to see about the results for that was not scheduled. I could not schedule them until fucking November. In March, I said I needed to see, like, I was told I needed to go see a neurologist, and I could not see them until November with the results of my, like, MRI that were going to be out in fucking June. what sense does that make? Like at that point, if I can't see this person until 5 months later, then fuck me, right? You know, it's like what do you mean? There's still a wait time. There still is. It's just, God, it's so ridiculous. Anyway, I'm derailing again.
日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となり、
the people of
我が世の春を謳歌するようになった。
The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. I guess it would be appropriate to talk about like economic and healthcare stuff in UMINEKO. So, hi, love when people get into UMINEKO. Hello, Cynthia. Welcome in. Yes, you can thank our resident UMINEKO fan, Gab. Gab was the one who suggested this to me, and I was like, all right, it'll be a summer game. And then I just stopped waiting, and I decided to play it now. So I'm very interested. This is the third stream. We're kind of, I don't know what point we're in. I don't want to say midway, but it feels like we're just starting. And hello, yes, that is Gab.
国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。
Hello, I am lurking. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being in here. Yeah, enjoy a little story with me today, Parker. We're going at blackjack speed. All right, fine. I'm speeding up. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on the fact.
今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。
The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools. Okay, public pools, yes, but ski resorts and golf courses? Resort hotels and theme parks.
数年前に開業したデルゼニーランドには行ったか。
Have you gone to Delsnyland, which opened just a few years ago? Delsny. Oh, that's good. I got 2 French and 2 Italian wines. I mean, if they're legit from there, they're probably going to be really good. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. 80s Japan, baby.
我々は世界で一番豊かな国民としてようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
It's very funny because it also sounds like 90s America. And then the next decade came. No longer do we have to count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have also become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits.
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。
Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at.
わしも数年前に聞いたときはそんなアホなと思ったわ。
When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy.
でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。
But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed.
円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。
The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. I do find it weird. I mean, I understand in like economic senses why this is important, but like I do just find it weird that like as people we've started to care way more about the value of our currency than, you know, the value of people.
日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。
It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world.
兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。
You've got a great sense of the direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. Like Hideyoshi, I think is like being genuine. Like that's the funny part about it, is that Hideyoshi here is being like very genuine and like not like, but like he's still following like the language of just kind of like money is like all. Okay, but have you heard of this Chuck E. Cheese guy in America? You just definitely invest.
それだけは間違いないで。
At least there could be no debate about that.
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。
I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san.
兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。
Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history.
その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。
I'll bet you got that keen sense from dad.
大したもんだぜ。
And it's incredible. I may by the way, chat, just so that you guys know, I might do back to back again. So I might go back to UMINEKO on Monday, and then on Tuesday probably back into Hades too. I think I kind of like the idea of doing back-to-back streams on UMINEKO, where it's just like my Sunday fun stream, and then like my Monday kind of like, all right, stream.
だが親父と違ってちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよな。
However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right?
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。
Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. Uh-oh.
兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。
While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom.
早すぎたのよ。
You were too early.
そして焦って生産して結局は傷口を広げたわ。
You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further.
本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら生産するわけない。
If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property.
これって兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
Is this proof that you mistrusted your own ability?
失礼だ。
Get him, Natsuhi. You're the only one I'm really on the side of right now.
主人を侮辱するつもりですか?
Are you trying to insult my... Oh, that's right, but I forget your husband's Kraus, too. Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying no attention, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confidence appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down. It's kind of crazy, right? Like, the marriage dynamic here is... Where's he at? There he is. There's Kraus. Kraus, piece of shit. Just like... God, I just never want to be around this person. I pity and God, you deserve so much better. Wow, you're really showing your true colors now. Oh boy. Hideyoshi's pretty cool. You know, he got caught up in this, and you know, he's just trying to make peace. You know, he's like Switzerland. No, that's not a good comparison. He's just like, you know, I'm just here to make jokes and, you know, make sure everybody's not mad at each other. And I can't hate that much. Kind of a dick. But like, at least like, but it's more just so that he's to the point. So he's just kind of like, but he's not like, he doesn't have like the demure of like a rich person. Like he very clearly keeps himself like well kept. So you can sense it, but like, he also kind of just talks very down to earth. Or talks very, much like a human. I don't have a great read on Kyrie. I just really like her. She's very cute. I don't have a great read on Rosie yet either. But then it's like the kids, and it's like... Jessica, I think, is like my favorite of the kids. I don't know what's going on with you, man. Stay away from children. Alright, she's precious. Right? Yeah, that's the family. It's the worst husband and wife dynamic. Another really bad husband and wife dynamic. Although I guess they do balance each other out, right? And then this one kind of actually seems a little even. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit down.
よさないか夏日。
Please stop, Natsuhi.
昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。
Ava's appearance has been incapable of talking any other way.
少し落ち着きなさい。
Always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little,
また頭痛に触る。
or your headache will get worse. Why are you smiling?
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。
There is proof of your lack of talent right next to us.
だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？
After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort?
素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。
You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden.
私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right?
だから何だというのですか？
Oh, and what is that to you?
主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
My husband's business is none of yours.
いや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。
Actually, that's not true, Natsuhi-san.
六軒島は兄貴のものじゃない。
Rukenjima does not belong to Aniki.
親父のものだ。
It belongs to Dad.
もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。
Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right?
なんなら、俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。
In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight.
な、ローザ。
What do you think, Rosa?
それはまあ
Well,
持ち合わせで足りるなら
if what I have on hand will suffice.
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. Okay, cool. So he's gonna lose us a lot of money.
支出がかさんだことは事実だが。
It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future.
そうなれば、結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not?
それはわかるわよ。
I understand that.
この島の価値が上がれば、それを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。
If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance.
もちろん、島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。
Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts.
それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property.
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied?
不満じゃねえさ。不安なのさ。
We're not dissatisfied. We're
第
uneasy.
一兄貴。
In the first place, Aniki.
あのホテル、いつになったら開業するんだ？
When do you plan to open that hotel?
このままじゃ、俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right?
そうよ。
That's right.
大切な商売道具でしょ。
It's an important tool for your business, isn't it?
確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。
Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it.
少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。
Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while.
でも私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃちょっと豪勢すぎやしないかしら。
Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house? A guest house? Why was the timing of that? That got me good. That we only use once a year.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa?
そうね。
That's right.
あんなに素敵ならオープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it.
あ
Ah.
あ、あなたが前に言ってたホテルってゲストハウスのことだったのね。
So the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house.
立派なもんだろ？
It's splendid.
ローザの言う通り、オープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it'd become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening.
Nissan のいつもの事業と同じよ。
Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises.
着目や企画はご立派。
Your attention and planning are both fabulous.
そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
Then it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit.
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は言ったさ。
You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. Poor Rosa, she gets so many questions thrown at her, but she's just supposed to nod her head. Yeah, there's a lot of that where Rosa's just kind of like, and that's why I'm having a hard time getting a read on Rosa, because just a lot of it is just kind of like she's just like, okay, just having to accept a lot.
そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのは
I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospects of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. Youngest sibling vibe. Can't relate. I'm the oldest. Rosa's not only the youngest sibling, she's the youngest by a big age gap. How do they actually say how old? Yeah, because she's Kinzo's fourth child. Yeah, she's by far the youngest. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, that does make sense because she would just be there and just like, meanwhile, she's like a little guppy in an ocean. I don't know why a guppy is in the ocean, but just a poor little fish that's just minding its own business, just kind of swimming along, and hear these massive sharks.
俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island.
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。
But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right?
2年経って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？
After 2 years, you haven't had the opportunity to open it.
任せてる管理会社はどこ？
Where's the managing company you entrusted it to?
失敬な。
Impertinence. It's quite the word to just yell out loud.
それは主人の手落ちではありません。
That is not my husband's fault.
主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
God, she should not be fighting for this man. That is not my husband's fault. There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here.
しかしな。
And yeah,
クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ。
the rumors we've heard about this company you hired
あまり噂は聞かんで。
haven't been good at all. I hate Eva, but she has a point. You just finish building something and leave it unopened for 2 years. Yeah, I mean, like it's not like this. A lot of this discussion is making sense, but the problem is that these are rich people. So I'm just kind of like, can we go back to the kids? The kids seem like they were having a good time.
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。
These are people with knives and guns aimed at each other right now. Let's be clear about this, dear.
不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話。
Did you really think?
私たちの耳に届かないとでも思ってる？
Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight?
裏も取れてるんだから。
We even have evidence.
何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。
Can we go back to Battler saying Jessica ate all of the seagulls? I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless.
観光業への新規参入には、方々への根回しが必要になります。
As new members in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people.
相手が信用に足りるかを測ることも大事です。
It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners.
それに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
It's merely taking us some time to meet that goal.
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇み足になったことは認める。
I'll admit that in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early.
だが維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。
However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs.
やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant.
嘘つけよ。
Liar.
生産したくても売れないだけだろ。
I'll bet you want to liquidate it, but can't.
観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて相手がつくわけもねえさ。
After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated empty island without any established sightseeing routes.
それに事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
I guess that's roots. And anyway, what about the loans you made for this project?
維持費はかからんでも回線借金は膨らむ一方や。
Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing.
すまんがクラウス兄さん。
Sorry, Kraus-san.
この島の開発計画の話、
But
ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。
but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit.
正直こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either.
秀吉さん。
Hideyoshi-san.
確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。
I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation.
これは先行投資なのだよ。
However, this is a forward-looking investment. All right, I need the old man to kick the bucket. Because the second he dies, like, this isn't just a discussion. This is full knives out.
その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。
And I'm very ready for it. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. That's not me being impatient either. I can feel a lot of the tension, and I'm ready for it to come to fruition.
だが、ようやく時代が私に追いついた。
However, the times have caught up with me.
これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。
I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point.
いや、それどころか。これまでの投資だってやがては私の元に戻ってくる。
No, actually, all of the investments I have made up until now will finally return to my possession.
そう例えるなら、
That's
放
right.
った稚魚が鮭となり、
Just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before.
それは認めるで。
I'll accept that.
これからリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。
The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long. Man. I just remember when, like, resorts were, like, a huge fucking thing growing up. They were huge. Like, I like, you go to, like, the 90s, 2000s, like, in America, and, like, resorts were, like, that's the place you wanted to be. You wanted to go to a vacation on a resort. You gotta go to a resort. And, like, I don't hear a single word about them now.
これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。
Like, no one's advertising me a timeshare. Nobody's advertising resorts anymore. Just not a thing. Though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt.
だがな、クラウス兄さん。
However, Kraus-san.
これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。
After all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding?
それも半端ない軍資金や。
This isn't some small amount we're talking about.
あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug. Welcome to the roast of Kraus, where Nazi he goes to bat for her husband over and over again.
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
ああ、夏樹さん。ほんま怒らんといてえな。
Nazi-san, please don't get angry.
わしらも調べたんや。
We've looked into this too.
これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたんか
We
調
checked
べたんや。
We checked to see who might have provided Kraus-san with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects despite his string of failures. And he's ungrateful for it too. Like, that's the wildest thing. Like, if you told me in my life that I would have someone who would go so hard like to defend me at this level and like not show some form of appreciation. I probably like it's not even some form of appreciation. Like this is just like a lockup for me, right? Like this is easily just like I'm defending her probably at like at every stage I possibly could, right? And yet because this man has money, well, we don't know how much of that is liquid, but you know what I mean. It's just like, yeah, he's very, very ungrateful. We checked to see who might have provided Krausen with enough financial. Oh yeah, I did read this. Okay. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Uh-oh. Damn. Aniki, you are a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who consider that enough to overlook your string of failures, no one. And also had enough for the investment. Here we go. Here it comes. Nobody. Yep, we found no candidates. So, the big question now is where you got that money from. Oh, shit. He's been talking to Daddy. Oh. It's so good. Now, isn't this intriguing? And... dear. Or he just took all of it without asking. That too. How long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsuhi-san. God damn, like everyone's just like, Natsuhi, can you just go sit down. We'll give you like a toy or something. Let's cut to the point. Yep. Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain. Damn, Eva's just gonna straight up be like, yo, no, you've been stealing it. This is theft. And they're only considering it theft because they feel that it should be their money too. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. Oh, I'm sorry. It's embezzlement when you're rich. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. Alright, who's gonna tell her to be quiet this time? How can you face the successor of the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd, they're right on the mark. Oh, never mind. She just straight up rebutted her instead. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debts keep getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank. Nissan, what you're doing is embezzlement.
お父様に対する裏切りよ。
You're betraying father. No, no. Say what you really mean. I mean, you are, but like a little bit more. You're almost there.
しかるべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。
You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right?
そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせると思い？
Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor of the Ushiromiya head family?
ユニコと書いて、当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。
I mean, Natsuhi, I respect it, but like at the same time, I mean, it's Kraus we're talking about. Imagine if Natsuhi just doesn't know that this has been happening. Oh God, that does make this worse, doesn't it? You dare claim that he has betrayed the family head?
この栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。
You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family.
即刻ここを出て行きなさい。
Leave this place at once.
さあ、
Now.
ほら。
Get out. Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in rage. She then pointed alternatively at Eva in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん。
Uh-oh, here we go.
誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの？
To whom do you think you were speaking in such a tone?
無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。
Yeah, I kind of... all right. Obviously, Eva's kind of... not kind of. Eva is very interrogating and like poking the bear. What's the word I'm looking for? Instigating. But like the voice that they give her for this is perfect for it. It's very well done. It's very good voice acting. Amongst everybody here, actually. I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband.
これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook this. Overlook any more of this.
台所を預かる？
This is like it's such a good read. Oh God, I can only imagine where this is going. I think I know where it's going. You're in charge of the kitchen. Oh. 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 Oh yeah. Oh, it's game time, everybody. All right. Be silent. Lowly maidservant. Holy shit. Okay. Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish, how foolish. You stand down. Before Eva of the Ushiromiya family. You tell me to stand down. Me, Ushiromiya Eva, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place. God damn, this is an undressing. And then look at your shabby self in a mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? You got it literally tattooed on you, which is insane. Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Western culture, man. One-winged eagle? Western culture. Are you nothing more than a borrowed Oh shit. To house the next successor to the Uchinomiya family. Oh. Holy. I couldn't dream of this level of undressing. She is vicious. Yeah. Understand your place, you common housemaid. Eva's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons retching at it. I'm sorry, like, you say that to me, like, we gotta go now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm sorry, come see me outside real quick. We are absolutely throwing hands. Like, I'm rolling up my sleeves right now. Because, like, I'm ready to fight Eva, bro. Like, it can't go down like that. I can't go out like that. Hey, Eva, how does that patriarchy boosted boot taste like? There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. I bet. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down.
Nani?
Alright, she's fucking insane, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like she finally cracked, and that is an Ichimaru Jin level smile right now that I see, and her eyes are open, and that makes it even worse. Borrowed womb, yeah, like that would have, yeah, that was exactly the moment where I was like, yeah, nah, no. One of us is leaving today, and one of us is going to the hospital. Like, that's the minimum. The minimum is that you're leaving here in an ambulance. That's the minimum. That is the absolute minimum. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powdered keg tension. I was gonna say, are we just gonna stay on the screen forever? Because that's fucking frightening. That's nightmare fuel. I'm gonna see that in my dreams that I don't want to have. Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, you gotta stand up for your wife, bro. I'm sorry, you can't just let her say that, bro. She just called her a borrowed womb, and you're just like, I don't know, man. Maybe you should just go cool off. Nah, bro. Nah. Come on, man. Come on. Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. And now she's gotta sit here and plead to you to, like, oh wow. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? I mean, yeah, he's kind of a piece of shit. These people are basically calling you a traitor to father. I would be getting a fucking divorce, but the times are different. They were very different, and I also kind of wonder at what getting a divorce puts her in position-wise. The Natsuhi is not in an enviable position at all. They're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Uchinomiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, and you're not even trying to fight back. Why? I'm only standing up for us because you won't. But you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. She's sitting all the way next to Battler at the table. They do not care about her, which is true. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me.
つも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、
Even
そ
though
れはあなたは
even though I've always considered this family's affairs so seriously, you've God damn. I hate it here. I don't like it here. Natsuki was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. Yeah, it's Sunday. I feel that sucked. Everything about that sucked. Hang on. Cheers the fucking Nazi. What the fuck, man? This scene was really heart-wrenching for me. Being a woman blows. God. The shit that women have to go through fucking just like... Ugh. And the other part of it that sucks too is that she's being attacked by like another woman. So that makes it even worse that she's being like, jeez, man. Yeah, Natsuki didn't deserve any of that. And for her to go to bat as much as she did, and then for literally your own husband, the man that you had to sit there and do vows with, to just kind of be like, I don't know, man, just go sit in a corner real quick. You're being emotional kind of attitude. That sucked. That everything about that sucked. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. The shitty in-laws that think that they're better than me. That's the thing that like I don't like. Like your in-laws should be happy that like, oh hey, my kid has found someone who loves them and cares about them and wants to be with them. Like that's what they should be happy about. They shouldn't be judgmental about like, oh, this is the person you've picked. Really? Oh, well, you know, blah 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 blah. You know, it's like, well, you know, like we're definitely, you know, like you know, like our family is, you know, like like that shit is so stupid to me. Like your family should be supportive of you, and you know, unless the person is like genuinely doing harm, which it's not the case here or in most situations. It's like, yeah, add interracial stuff to the mix. Yeah. It's like I said yesterday, my parents were also bad about that, where I started to do things to spite them, and then realized why that was stupid and also really bad to do. And then I just kind of stopped caring. Thankfully that happened like when I was really young. So, you know, I got it out of me. Like I got a lot of that like pettiness out of me like when I was like 19. But yeah, like it sucks when like, you know, you're seen because like, and I know people that still deal with that. Like, you know, I have friends that are just kind of like, you know, well, I really like this girl, but you know, my parents really want me to date someone, you know, within like my own race, or like, you know, if you're seen as like an outsider, or even worse, it's like, well, you can date this person, but you can't date this person. It's like that's where it's the fucking worst. And I'm just like, oh, that shit is just fucking stupid. You should be happy that, you know, your kid found somebody, and they found somebody to love, and you know that they're happy together. And regardless of what situation that they're in, you know, like there are some people that look down on like, oh, well, you know, she had a kid and now all of a sudden like you're having to take care of her kid. It's like, excuse me, this is my kid. This is my family now. What do you mean I'm taking care of her? No, that's not how this works. It's like we're together. That's my child that I take care of. It's like fuck off. Like don't tell me how to live my life. And you know the family that I'm choosing to be with. This is what I want. I love her, and I love this family. Fuck off. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged her shoulders slightly. Or his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. Alright, I want these two dead first. These two must die first. They're probably not going to, but they must die first. If that's what's been managing your house... Wow! Oh, and even in insult, more insult to injury, does it use a neutral pronoun to then describe her? If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I gotta say, UMINEKO did a very, very good job. Whoever wrote this did a fantastic job of making some villains, because they are very hateable. God, this hurts. Madam. It's nothing. Leave me be. Natsuki flew into her room and threw herself onto the bed, lamenting. God, now I understand why she constantly has a migraine and a headache. Jeez. Who would have imagined an ex-social worker would be good at writing abusive situations? Wait, what? That makes a lot of sense then. Then yes. Wow. The approach to the misogyny made me feel nauseous in some scenes. I'm sure I will get to like probably some worse stuff. This like they've had a few so far of it that have just been like, oh, this sucks. I feel bad for the victim in this scenario. Yeah. But like the other thing too is that like that felt like a very real conversation. Like that like the way that this is written, it doesn't feel like this is someone writing it for like a shock and value effect. It feels like they're writing a real story. Which I don't know if appreciate is the word, but like I'm like it helps me keep grounded in this. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madame Natsuki. There was a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be be very trying for me as a woman. The Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Cold-blooded Cross is like, my wife sucks. I think you're all right about yeah. That's actually that is actually what his dialogue comes off as. Yes. This is framed like dialogue, but it's cool. Yeah, I've picked up on that. Whenever it's not in quotations, it's the person's inner thoughts or dialogue. Yeah. Or narrating, I mean. Although I think it would be hilarious if she is just saying this out loud while in the other room is the rest of the family and Natsuki crying. That shit would be hilarious. Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. Kraus, sorry about that, my companions. Eva, women, am I right? That's really what she said, yeah.
ましてや奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。
The madam certainly bears no guilt.
神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。
There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God.
クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。
Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time.
何しろ男尊女卑の後ろ宮家でございます。
After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family.
妻は跡継ぎを残すための道具。
That line just sucks to read. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir.
その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、
Yeah,
もはや人間扱いなどされません。
that is a very real thing. Yeah, if a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, which is to bring forth children, then you're not human. Yep. Yep. That still exists today. Mm-hmm.
当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか思い出すのも苦しゅうございます。
It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madam during that time.
そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉様とのご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。
You know, that's also very funny too, because literally Ava doesn't keep her standing if she takes Hideyoshi's name, correct? That's what we talked about earlier. So it's very funny that the one person who should be understanding of Natsuhi is like literally like taking advantage of the fact that the husband was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. I'll take the family name. I don't care. Like, what?
エヴァ様は狡猾でした。
Eva-sama was sly.
奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って親方様に取り入ったのです。
Taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master.
入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後ろ宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。
She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor. Herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register.
後ろ宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、
There was a vast
後ろ
difference.
宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。
There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madam, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood, and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name.
しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。
Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first into a boy.
どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったか、
As
お
for
察しいただけますでしょうか。
As for how much weaker Madam's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself.
奥様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
I'm sure Madam is tortured by the thought that if she had only gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today.
しかし、それは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。
Dude, none of this shit is her fault. However, that was not Madam's fault.
すべては気まぐれな神様と ジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。
All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica. Blaming the stork. That's really funny. I know that that's a metaphor for like things that are out of her control, but just very funny, literally.
だからといって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。
Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things that way. Also, know how they're all acting as if it's entirely Natsu's fault that she couldn't get pregnant today. Yeah, I was actually talking. I was thinking about talking about that, where it's just like, yeah, you constantly look at the woman, but it's like, you know, male impotency is also a thing. Why are we not discussing that, right? Like that's also the other part of it. And even if like men do shoot blanks, it's like, well, in most cases, that's still just kind of like, I mean, all right, cool. You can't have kids. You might get made fun of a little bit of it, but like, you're still seen as human. If a woman can't, you know, especially in like the, you know, like it still happens nowadays, but like there's constantly like that there is a value with women. If it's like, well, then yeah, like if we're getting married, it's because we're gonna have kids. What do you mean you can't have kids? And then like it's just a fuck up. It's such a fucked up way to look at like a human being, because that's what we are at the end of the day. We're human beings. But yeah, I had that exact same thought too, where I'm like, have we verified the Kraus like can? Yeah, women serve one fun. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
ただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。
I don't even like the idea of like the purpose of marriage is to bear children. It's like, no, that's not the point. Just because like that might be what you want out of it doesn't mean that has to apply to everybody. Like maybe you get married because, I don't know, you like the person you've been with so long that you're like, I want to spend my life with you. Crazy thought, right? What a concept. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman and at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. Ah, how sad.
私には何もできず、こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. Excuse me, did time just go backwards? Oh, because we're probably going to join the kids at the beach. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, never mind. I started looking and I was like, what? Okay, I'm going to take a very, very quick 1 minute break here. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. I needed some food. I got a garlic knot here, so... I don't know who one day somebody said, you know, maybe just taking like some diced garlic or some minced garlic, olive oil, some bread. It sounds like a good idea, right? Whoever it is, thank you. Very based. All right, off we go. Sorry about the wait. We cross the hall again. Garlic, very good. We cross the hall again on our way to the entrance. All right, yeah, I'm waiting for you to do some witch stuff. Come on. As we did, we spotted that witch's portrait again. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with the sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. So, this is the witch, Beatrice. Or, as the old man likes to say, Beatrice! As his liver falls out. Battler doesn't believe. Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Ooh, excuse me. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was there. No, she's about to enter an interdimensional portal. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, that's not obstintaneous. Obstinately continued to hit the plate. Ah, sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Mario. Ooh, Battler believes. Ooh, sorry, I'm... I thought that would be a good spot to eat the garlic bread. No, it was not. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-ooing. What's this? Is this when it gets good? Is this it? Are we here? Well, not when it gets good. It's been getting good, but like, are we here? Don't tell me, but like, I feel like we're here. My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. What's with this weird, huge epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to only contain that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh? I know. Man, we should be at the beach, shouldn't we? It's the place where the gold's hidden. Oh, shit. Oh, never mind. Fuck the beach. Wait, is that story about the Ushiromiya family's hidden gold? No, there's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on. Aniki, is this for real? Hey homie, your glasses are fogged again? You're getting back to that I don't trust you range? Hey Jessica, how did you turn out this well when your father is awful? It's a very good question. Grandfather had made this, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph.
でも親類たちの間ではおじい様の黄金の隠し場所を記したもので
Nazi. Yeah, probably, yeah. Not probably, yeah. It's just like that's probably all Nazi at that point. Is often whispered that it indicates the location of grandfather's hidden gold.
この謎を解いた者に家督と黄金のすべてを譲るという意味ではないかともっぱらささやかれてるよ。
Excuse me, did you say riddles for a game that I have never played before and now it is time for me to start thinking? Oh boy! Sorry, I should have also read that line. And that he will relinquish the inheritance to the and the gold to the person who solves the riddle. Ugh. I heard that too. I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake though.
しかしよ、こんな碑文を読んじまうとマジかなって気になっちまうな。
And still, when you read about it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I've been so waiting for this. But let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's legend of gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya's family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low. But oh, also I should probably save. That's a good idea. I am getting deep now, and I feel like we're getting to a point. Part of it involves so it's extremely low, but well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. The end? After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who had yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. No, it doesn't. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. Okay, that's different. Yes. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunks of fun? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this. You know what? Hang on. Nice, I have my seltzer water ready. Seltzer water helps me think. I cannot explain why it's seltzer water, but like a good like sparkling water or seltzer water, so I have like some LaCroix in my fridge. For some reason, the carbonation helps to like get me into a thinking mood, and I was like, I need to have one ready because all I have right now is I have some Bai Wonder Water, and then I have a bottle of Evian, and I'm like, Evian ain't gonna help me. Evian feels like hydration. I don't know what it is about like seltzer water that makes me think. On a certain day, I encounter the Golden Witch Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare for a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushiromiya family. I just had a weird thought that came into my head. Chat, please indulge me for a second for this. What if... I'm sorry, I've been around rich people today, so I'm suddenly having this weird thought, and this is getting into like me creating a conspiracy theory, right? What if the plan is to depress future generations and shame them for not having children, not, wanting, traditional family values and whatnot? What if the plan is that so that the population is never going to really dwindle. We're still growing now, right? But like the idea is that at some point you can just weed people out and then eventually get to a point where it's like, well, okay, now there's more space for us. And we have depressed multiple generations, and now my wealthy children can now because like things like global warming or like having a place to live might start to like wipe out and stuff like that now all of a sudden it's like, well, it doesn't matter, I have the infinite money glitch, I can just go to fucking Mars and like live there. Or it's like, okay, we can just move to like, I don't know, like Colorado or like North Dakota, where like there's nothing there, but like now it's like we can make something there and we can just buy up whatever we want. I don't know, it was rich people made me think that. Don't indulge me on that, I take it back, don't indulge any of that. It seems the story's so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once? They started crying until some of the servants found us. Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. Beat right, unbelievable. Also, the wing, okay, so maybe they'll answer this question. It feels like that one wing, the one-wing eagle, it doesn't matter what side that wing is on. Because, like, Battler's got his on, like, the right side of his collar. Jessica's wing is on, like, the left side of her arm. Like, it just feels, as long as you just have the symbol somewhere, they're like, yep, that counts. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this side. What do you mean there's no way? That's not necessarily so. Thank you, main villain. Actually, that's not fair. You're not the main villain. We know who the main villain is. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden rather than try to move it all. This epitaph was made 2 years ago. And since grandfather wrote it himself, I don't believe it. Yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Ushiromiya family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping
そういうつもり
somewhere,
なのかもしれねえ。
ready to be turned over to whoever can solve grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it.
じいさまらしいセンスというか、なんというか。
I guess that sounds like grandfather's style or something.
マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
If it's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle, which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじい様の胸中は想像もつかないけどね。
Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been.
一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい碑文をおじい様は一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。
All we know for sure is that grandfather put the shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it.
そして黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。
We also know that he's hinted at the existence of gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far.
そこから親たちが想像を膨らませて、おじい様の知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
Ooh, it's like a bad sip of water there. Ooh. One moment. Ooh, there it is. These facts were embellished by the imaginations of our pair. Wow. That one sip of water apparently took it out of me. These facts were embellished by the imaginations of our parents who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to battle of wits.
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんな弱いことを真に受けてるなんてよ。
Sounds just like my dad, so greedy that he takes something like this so seriously.
じいさまの黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。
He may laugh at grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe the story about the hidden gold.
調子のいい話さ。
It just sounds so good.
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。
Well, it's certainly not a realistic story.
当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじい様に無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。
At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free.
それがいたからこそ、おじい様はそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch.
でもよ、10トンだぜ、10トン。
Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons.
一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？
If you cash that in, how much would it come to?
っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? 10 tons of gold? I mean, bro, like, you can just leave the family.
とんでもない量だよ。
It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. Fuck leaving the family. You can just do whatever you want at that point. Infinite money glitch.
人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。
They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most.
人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもないことだよ。
Again, I say rich people shit. That one 10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person. It's just insane.
それが一箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじい様にポンと貸し出せるような魔女。
On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that.
ただものじゃないね。
We're not talking about any ordinary person.
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。
Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy.
第一よ、じいさま以外に見たやつはいないんだろ？
After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather, right?
仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか？
Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. I don't care.
10キロでも相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
Yeah, I'm like, who gives a fuck? 10 kilograms, 10 tons? Where is it? Donde está? Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right? Oh. 10 kilograms of gold is how much? I actually don't know. Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Who cares? It's gold. Whether it's 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount. It is, yes, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Well... Even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. Trick question, it's the feathers? Are you referencing Lemmy? What's I cannot do a Wales accent. I believe he's from Wales. What's heavier? What's heavier? What's heavier? A kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers? That's right. It's a kilogram of steel, because steel is heavier than feathers. And then all of his friends gather around him, and they're just like, they're the same. But steel. Okay, yes, that is what you're. Yeah, it's just like, he's just like, but steel is heavier than feathers. Yeah, I know, but they're both a kilogram, so it's a kilogram of feathers and a kilogram of steel, the same weight. But steel is heavier than feathers. You'd also need to pay handling fees to cash. I don't give a shit.
ただ、希少金属であることは間違いなくて、このまま採掘が進めば、人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。
However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate.
デタラメに言って、
Just guessing haphazardly, that's all I need.
1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
Okay, 2 million yen per kilogram? Yeah, that's still insane. What, you expect me to be smart or something? I don't know why I said that, but that's very funny. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much like somebody, like, for each kilogram, that's just walking up and saying, like, here's 20K American. Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller. Yep, 20 million yen. Oh. I weigh 28 kilograms. All.
ということは、マリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄金なら。
2 million yen, that's like a 3-piece KFC meal. Bro, 20 million yen, I get to buy the KFC now. Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold,
その価値は5000万円を超えるって計算になるね。
we could estimate it's worth at over 50 million yen.
そりゃたまげるな。
That's just unbelievable. What do you mean that's unbelievable?
10トンならいくらだ？
How much would 10 tons be then?
10キロで2000万が1000倍だから。
Yeah, that. Well, wait, does that work the same way with kilograms? Because 10 tons is 2,000 pounds, right? So, fuck, I forget the conversion for grams and kilograms. Oh, they're saying, okay, I see what they're saying. Okay, got it. So they're saying, okay, so this is oh no, it's 20 billion. 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms. Okay, so that's 20 billion yen. Yeah.
200億円か?
Yeah, so the math part of it I wasn't struggling with. It was like I didn't know conversions for kilograms and pounds. 20 billion yen?
こりゃたまらねえや.
What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually? What do you mean? Well, I understand that actually. He's saying just like, it's a lot, but like, what the hell? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. That's a... Is that $2 million USD? You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Yeah, that's sad. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. 20 billion yen. You can buy 2. I hate myself so much for making that damn joke. God damn you, Kanashiro. That's okay. For those that are not in the know, I played Persona 5, infamously skipped an entire part of a boss battle because I got aggro and just completely annihilated them before they can get to their final form. So there was a joke in Persona 5 where, you know, they're held for ransom and they say 3 million yen is like what it is. And I jokingly say 3 million yen, that's like $30. And it's been an ongoing joke. So for those that are like confused by that's where it's from. In 1986, gold was worth $1,200 an ounce. Jeez. At a certain point, it's hard to conceptualize what that money could even be used for. Yeah, because then it's just like, I mean, like what do I do at that point? I don't have to work. I can just live off of this, and I'm good, right? Like imagine just somebody just shows up to you one day and is just like, I don't know, man. Here's $200 million. Like, are you going to work anymore? No. You're pursuing your own passions and doing your like. Well, first of all, I'm going on vacation. I'm going and traveling places I want to fucking go. But like at that point, it's like I wake up every morning and I'm like, hey man, life's not so bad. I'm gonna go outside and like just have a walk and you know, and now it's just like, oh man, maybe I might just stream in the mornings. So then it's like I can enjoy my day and do other things, you know, in my spare time. So yeah, if you ever start seeing me streaming from 9 a.m. in the morning to like 3 p.m. in the afternoon, just know that I'm rich. I'm kidding. According to Google, that is 127 million. Yeah, that's about right. So back then, 20 tons would be worth about 738 million USD. Yep. That makes sense. Yeah. You're practically a billionaire in America. No, you could even call it the value of a life. The value of a life. I'm sorry. No, that. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. No, that is valued way more than just one life. you're well, I mean, I know that you're taking a life in its entirety, but like even then, you know, if you work from age 20 to age 60, that's 40 years of work. Stop depressing me, battler. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. Okay, never mind. Okay, this is actually a good example. Okay, yes. If you worked every day from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Oh, is 20 billion yen a lot? Yes. Heck yeah, it's a lot.
Maria の大好きなショートケーキだったら多分一生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life.
でも200億円という現金ならいざ知れず。
However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash,
それと同等の金塊が一ところにあるなんてとても現実的とは思えないね。
I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Well, man, I mean, like, you you just sell it like a little here and there. It's just like, oh man, you know, like I'm gonna sell 1 gold bar today. All right, cool. I got $20,000. I ain't worried about it because it's like, all right, cool. I got some more just waiting for me at home. You know, whenever I'm ready to cash in, it's like I can maybe go to a different pawn shop and then, you know, just kind of nickel and dime your way until, like, you know, maybe you even keep some gold and just see like what the market's doing. Oh God, I'm talking like a rich person. I'm shutting up.
さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて、財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。
Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth.
ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか、そういうものなら考えられなくもないけれど。
Sure, you could imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high value stocks or precious gems.
戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう、すべて宝石などに変えた人たちがいたのは有名な話だからね。
You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of the war.
Okay, motherfucker, let's do this!
Love yins. And headless waterfowl don't get to say yins is not a word.
Hello, Kanzian. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 57 months. Welcome on in. Yes, the headless waterfowl. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Kanzian gets the makes the rules here. Yens is a word. Welcome to Pittsburgh, everybody. I've never been to Pittsburgh a day in my life. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of the war.
でも、黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold.
確かに重いけどよ、国際的に一番信用されてて価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。
But it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important?
証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under.
そういう考え方もあるね。
You can also look at it that way.
でも、10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。
But even 1 kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Haven't you heard?
50kg の人間は背負う。
My name is Sakamoto.
50kg の俵は担げないって。
A 50 kilogram person can't carry a 50 kilogram bag over their shoulder. I mean, yeah, that's just bad weight distribution, dude. Like, of course, why would you just carry that over your shoulder? Like,
それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
Hit the gym, bro. No, I'm kidding. I got Persephone back in Hades, but I still have a ton of post-game stuff to do. Oh, that's right. You're still playing the first one. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate.
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく。
So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen,
200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのは
20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless. All right, no, okay, we're not listening to this guy anymore. This guy is distracting you from what you actually want.
そういうことになるね。
That's right.
黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
Also, this guy is rich. What does he mean? Like, oh man, you're just gonna go to the place and throw like a 50 kilogram bar of gold over your shoulder. We have cars. We came over here on a speedboat in a plane. What do you mean? Oh, you just can't throw it over your shoulder. What, George? Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible.
そうやってリズムで考えるとみるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。
Nah, George, nah. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake.
夢のない話さ。
It kind of brings you back down to reality. Yeah, the reality where you guys are on a rich island to yourselves.
でも、そこは何しろあのおじい様だからね。
I'm gonna wait for full release to play Hades 2. I think that's fair. Anyway, that's grandfather for you.
親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して、魔女から授かった10トンの黄金なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。
Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind, wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch.
10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic.
つまり借りた金のありがたさは10トンの黄金に匹敵する価値があった。
You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something?
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前よく恵んでくれて。
Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather.
その後夫人を魔女と呼んだ。
And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously led a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved in the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her.
なるほどな。
I see.
ってことはつまり、
So in other words,
この魔女様は後宮家復興のための資金を恵んでくださった。
this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromiya family, and he owed her big time.
となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めてこんだけでかい絵を描かせて掲げさせたってのも、なるほど、おかしい話じゃないのかもな。
Well, at least somebody's grateful about a woman around here. And then he felt so grateful that he had this huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story.
ひょっとするとよ、当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。
It's even possible that this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Hang on here. All right, there we go.
それをじいさまが美化してこんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。
Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful.
案外、当の本人に会ってみたらこんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
I'd bet if we ever meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty.
ありえるね。
That's possible.
ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると、
the name Beatrice sounds pretty Western. And if you think about how everyone in our family has Western
この
names,
ベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
なるほど、なるほど。
I get it.
この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。
That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside of the picture.
それじゃあ、あの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. Oh, he said the thing.
鼻から魔女なんておかしいんだよな。
In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself?
そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。
Like, you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. Hey, Jessica, I don't believe in ghosts, but also logically, I wouldn't want to call her ugly like that. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset.
Huh?
Huh?
なんだよ、マリア。
What is it, Maria?
は
ーい。Ooh.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
See, I knew it. She knows some shit. Beatrice exists. Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. Witches exist. Witches exist. Here we go. Well, sure, they do exist. If you turn the TV on and watch anime or something, damn. Exist. Witches exist. Oh boy. I started getting impatient now, not knowing why Mario was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream." Then that means they're real. Maria believes things like witches and Beatrice exist.
確かマリアちゃんは学校の文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ?
Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Oh, this child's gonna fuck us up, isn't she? Maria nodded seriously. The child alarm going off and everyone ignores it. That's a fucking red flag. Yep. Tears started to run down the corner of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Exist. Exist. Witches exist. But Battler still doesn't believe. It's okay. Witches do exist. I, Oni-chan, believe it. George Aniki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. Go, man. Oh, he says the other word for it. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So you shouldn't go into the forest. Drew McIntyre out here breaking dreams? Battler wishes he could be. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You know, might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so. Really? Battler really believes. Come on, let's go to the forest. Go to the forest. Yep, I believe. Let's go to the forest. Go to the forest. Sorry for doubting it. Go to the forest. Come on, let's make up. Let's make up by going to the forest. I stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria didn't grumble anymore than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved. Go to the forest. Go to the forest. No, they're not going to the forest. Oh. So this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait. Shannon? Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she's captivated the master.
パトロン説の他にも、おじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。
In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love.
どちらにせよ、彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから。
Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his
そ
heart.
れは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
Which must means that he's still captivated by her.
やれやれ。
Yeah, sheesh.
これじゃ、ばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? What if she is grandmother?
私はよく知らねえけど、
I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true.
ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Ooh, apparently grandmother believed that he was cheating on her with some blonde. That explains why you have blonde hair. Oh. Aww. Good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria sniffing approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。
I must apologize.
熊沢さんからこれを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone.
なんだろ
What is it, I wonder?
う。素敵だね。
Oh, excellent.
クッキーだ。
Cookies.
クッキー食べたい。
I wanna eat cookies.
クッキー食べたい。
I wanna eat cookies. Give her some cookies.
お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Okay, maybe not that many cookies. Please eat as much as you would like.
でも、
But
その
would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the poor? What? Nah, man, you can't eat cookies in front of Beatrice, man. Like, it's not appropriate at all. Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。
Well, Maria, why don't we eat someplace
ク
else?
ッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic.
ピクニック行こう。ピクニック行こう。
Have a picnic, have a picnic.
クッキー食べれるなら行こう。
If we can eat cookies, let's go.
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行くか。
Yeah, let's get some fresh
魔
air.
女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch. Come on.
そうだ。もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言ってたんじゃねえか。
Fuck the beach. Go to the forest. That's right. Didn't we say we wanted to go to the beach instead in the first place?
行こうぜ行こうぜ。
Let's go. Let's go.
シャノンちゃん、
Ah, yes. Bribe the child with cookies. Shannon-chan.
申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのを
Sorry,
お
but
願いしてもいい
could
か
I
な。
ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and a flask of tea?
はい。
Right.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. Man, where's Kanon? Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
お
Oh.
アトラ、まだ信じてない？
Oh, is it time to believe, Paddler? You still don't believe?
いや、信じるぜ。
Nope, I believe.
その方が夢があるしな。
It'd be so much cooler that way, he says that now.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。
The golden witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold.
それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。
And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere.
しかもそいつを、じい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、
Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can?
こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
I agree. I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better.
200億円の黄金か。
20 billion yen worth of gold, huh?
私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
一人頭50億円か。
Oh, that's cute. You think we're gonna split it up like that? Aw. 5 billion yen for each of us.
すごいね。
Incredible.
それだけあったら どんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。
With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper.
いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
Yeah, I'm tired of people just constantly going like, oh man, I got so much money, time to start a business. No, bro. It's, oh man, I got so much money, we could just live our whole lives fabulously and just not work. There we go.
50億円よりクッキークッキー。
All right, you could have 5 billion cookies then. Fine.
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。
Maya would take cookies over money.
しかし、50億円か。夢のある話さ。
Still, 5 billion yen. That's like a dream. Is it the beach episode or are we going?
バカバカしい。
Uh-oh. Okay. Brief pause here. I'll be right back. Alrighty, apologies for the pause. We are back. Hope everybody got a nice little stretch. Walked out a little bit. I need to stretch out my back for a second, so I was like, all right, give me a moment. Oh man, I still haven't opened my my seltzer water yet. Ridiculous.
まさかお前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね?
Okay, it's gotta be happening soon. Is it possible that that you all truly believe in Father's legend of gold?
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。
Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold.
だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
But there's no point. But there's no mistake about the gold itself. Okay, I got dyslexia for a second.
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたことは複数の筋から確認されているわ。
The fact that father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways.
死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。
We've heard that before the president of the Maruso company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere.
お父様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth.
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。
Well, that's just the nonsense of a senile old man.
親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ。
Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story.
取るにも足らない。
You can't take it seriously.
存在せん黄金にあないな軍資金は集まらへんで。
If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding.
会長さんは生前その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。
Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world.
詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
He would have become such. He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud.
兄貴
Aniki.
マルソーの会長は確かに見てんだ。
The president of Maruso definitely saw it.
10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。
10 tons of it, clearly with his own eyes.
しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、
Even
会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。
Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it
それ
examined.
は10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。
We're rich, boys, girls, and imbies. Let's go.
インゴット表面には後宮家の家紋である片翼のワシが刻印されていたという。
He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was printed on it.
後ろ宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。
Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread among the fixers of the business
鋳
world.
造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。
Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money.
ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、
Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profit, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans.
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。
Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept?
お前たちはいくつになるんだ。
How old are you people?
まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね。
Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously?
第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ。
Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exist?
親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
Aren't you just parroting the lies of Father and few of those close to him?
もちろん口伝だけさ。
Of course, it's just a story.
でもよ兄貴。
But still, Aniki.
親父が調達した莫大な金は、それに見合う担保が必要だった。
The amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral.
仮に黄金がデマでも、それに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは、
Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of a comparable worth.
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。
It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father.
ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。
He acted as though he'd actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his
一
sponsors.
世一代の大博打だったのだ。
It was probably the gamble of a lifetime.
運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。
Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful.
もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は世紀のペテン師として追われていただろう。
If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, Father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、すべてお父さんのでっち上げだ言うんか？
So are you saying that the gold never existed and Father made it all up?
もちろんさ。
Of course.
だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。
Yeah, like I'm gonna trust this guy. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he achieved enough success.
だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。
That's why later on Father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story.
つまり 黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだよ。
In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication.
魔女に黄金を授かったなどと言えば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。
If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right?
あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。
It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes.
なのに、ありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。
Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of the inheritance. Rosa.
まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろ。
Don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this.
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。
I can't prove whether or not father really had the gold.
でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
I just want to claim my rightful share as one of father's 4 children.
ほう。
Okay, that's paralleling their conversation. So they're just sitting here just like, oh man, 20 billion yen? That sounds lit. Let's go ahead and get the gold and shit. Like, it would be fun if we just all split it up with each other. Meanwhile, the parallel is that their parents are just sitting here just like, let's go to fucking war over this shit. Oh, I didn't think about it that way. Like, here I am just like, okay, it's cute. Battlor's gonna go on a little adventure and he's gonna find 20 million yen, right? And I'm just not considering at all that, oh, right, this is the same thing that they're fucking, oh my god, this is gonna get nasty. This is gonna get nasty fast if they actually end up finding it. Oh my god, could you oh, this, oh no, okay, all right, I'm in, okay. I was really debating, I was like, I don't know, like, we haven't really got any, no, I'm in for like probably another hour or so, let's go. It seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa. I see, so that's what you're all getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself.
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。
Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds, that's a fact.
それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら。
If you rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling father's personal funds,
つまりはそういうことよ。
then there's only one possibility left, right?
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。
Aniki, we've been thinking
俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんなものは元より存在しない。
Such a thing never existed in the first place.
じゃあ説明なさいよ。
Then explain yourself. Oh my god. So potentially then, okay, let's take it at face value, right? Let's say that Eva and Rudolph are correct, and they know that Kraus either is in possession of or knows where the money is, right? Or where the gold is, right? And he's waiting for Kenzo to die. Kenzo dies, he has ownership of it, fuck off, right? Well, what if one of these kids ruin this, right? because he said that he can't claim like, oh, he did it's just a tale, right? Well then what happens if they blow this up then? Oh my god, this shit's about to get crazy. Okay. There's so many possibilities now. I mean, because they're gonna make us actually go on the adventure. Oh my god. Okay, alright. I'm in. And then explain yourself. Especially because they know about it. Was an embezzlement of father's assets or father's hidden gold. How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods? Even if I have many friends in the political and financial realms, I have earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? This dinner is going to be awkward as fuck because there's no... Okay, so we're definitely going on some adventure before the dinner happens. That dinner table is going to be a hot mess when we get there. There's some topics that ought not to be spoken of. If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now. But Aniki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation. Yeah, let's go. At that time, well, I'm rooting for chaos is what I'm rooting for here. If it comes to light that you've unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right? I have no clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Of course, Father's gold is part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money that you can't reveal openly. Okay, I'm starting to take it back a little bit on Hideyoshi. Now all of a sudden he's game. You know what I mean? I thought it was like, oh, he's just being like a little like, oh, like, you know, peacemaker, and you know, no, he's got a little greed in him. I see it. Kraus, I thought we dropped the mask about an hour ago. Can you please stop talking in circles and get to the point? Yeah. Of course, Father's gold is part of the family fortune. We understand it's equal. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the four siblings should have an equal right to it. In other words, we're going to have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Kraus-Nissan, you're the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you aren't even trying to do so. However, Aniki, we still need to consider your position here.
俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。
As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are.
今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちがそれを察しないでブーブー言うのはこりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. ほう。
さっきから脅されたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。
It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me.
本題に入りたまえ。
Please get to the point. He's like, hurry this shit
つ
up.
まりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。
Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about
ク
it.
ラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。
As you said, Kraus-Nissan, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to
そ
explain.
こを理解した上で、わしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。
We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that point.
お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now.
相談？
A consultation.
ほう。
ほう。
遺産分配時に今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り
When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor.
間違えないでよ。
Don't misunderstand us, Nissan.
別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけ
We
じゃ
aren't
ない
saying that
の
we'll
よ。
abandon our
た
rights.
だ、その権利を主張する際に
But when we make our claim for what we
兄
deserve,
さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃな
we
い
might
か
as
し
well
ら
offer
と
a
いう
generous
ことなの
understanding
よ。
for your position. That's what we mean.
つまり条件を飲んでくれたら、
In other words, if you accept our conditions,
わしらは遺産分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
then when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of father's financial situation to you, Kraus-Nissan. All the siblings from Eva downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory, with a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be impossible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to him. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd asked for in exchange. After mistrusting me completely, you're now saying that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling. So what is it you want in return?
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。
Just what we deserve as siblings.
俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。
You aren't the kind of person who just steal Dad's
だ
property.
がしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。
But you also aren't being financed by some patron.
となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that satisfies the rest of us.
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、
Nissan, you said you found 10 tons of
それを
gold
担保に軍資金を作った。
and used that as collateral to gather some funding.
そう。お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
Yes, just like father did in the past, right?
そういうことなら、お父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in father's
クラウ
finances.
ス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。
You've always been a good son looking after father.
そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
Why'd we mistrust a person like that?
回りくどくて分かりづらいな。
You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you.
もっとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
I feel like we've been having this conversation for about 20 minutes. Please speak clearer.
条件の一つ目。
Our first condition. Thank you.
まず兄貴は親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold.
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
Oh, great. Now you're going in circles. Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist?
条件2
Our second condition.
その黄金について兄弟の取り分を認めこれを支払うこと
Yeah, okay. So if one of them finds the gold, they're gonna fuck all this shit up. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares. Okay. The kids finding this is going to fuck up a lot of things. How foolish.
200億の黄金について1人頭50億、合計150億を支払えというのか。
Yeah. Actually, yes. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? You still have 5 billion yen, my guy. Ridiculous.
最後まで聞きなあれ。
Keep listening till the end.
備え大金出てくるのは分かっとる。
We know that much money can't just pop up out of nowhere.
できへん取引はするつもりないで。
We're not asking you to make an impossible deal.
もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
条件3
Our third condition.
黄金の分配は後ろ宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%。 残りを兄弟の正当
A
な
portion of the
取り分
gold
と
to the
して
one
分
bearing
配
the title of successor to the Ushiromiya family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share for the siblings and divided up. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. You do not trust her. Why am I defending him? But still, you do not trust her right now. Everybody should be like glaring at her right now.
もちろんクラウス兄さんもこれには含めるわよ。
Of course, this also includes you, Kraus-Nissan.
200億のうち125億を兄貴に。
Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki right now.
25億をエヴァ姉さん。
2.5 billion will go to Eva Nissan.
25億を俺に。
2.5 billion will go to me.
25億をローザに。
And 2.5 will go to Rosa.
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。
That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry.
存在しない黄金の。
So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen.
何よ。
What's wrong?
兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。
Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours.
私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy.
条件の4。
Our fourth there's still more God.
分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて生産する。
The gold will be liquidated and distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's
た
death.
だし手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。
However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us
支
promptly.
払いは来年3月までだ。
These payments must be made before March of next year. Okay. Now, okay.
どうやクラウス兄さん。お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。
Oh, and probably a good time to mention this. There are a lot of plot dense parts like this, so many people take notes to help them solve the mystery. I was supposed to take notes. Uh-oh. This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it?
さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなってからやないと無理やろ。
Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies.
だが手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか？
But it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Damn, that man said give us 10% up front.
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが。
No note sounds like content. When is it never here? Paying 700 million and a half a year might sound like a plan. But you should be able to manage it. What, with all your friends in the political and business spheres?
本当なら今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。
Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now all at once.
でも兄さんの立場に配慮してとりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら。
But out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking for only 10% for that, of that for the time being.
残りの9割は遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなの。
The remaining 90% can wait until inheritance is distributed.
ね?
See?
1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity.
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を
So you're
7億5,000万で売りつけようというのかね。
So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen.
上等じゃないか。
How impressive.
お前たちも成長したものだ。
You all certainly have grown.
この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
To think that I'm now the one being offered deals.
これらを兄さんが飲むなら私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。
Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you.
ただしその調査結果は公弁の対象となる。
If it wasn't already obvious, they don't believe in any of the gold, right? So they're saying, pay us and we'll ignore the embezzling, and are using the story of the gold as their way of saying, yeah. So, but that's the part of it that's gonna fuck them up too, because if so let's say he accepts the deal then, right? And they have to pay that out. Well, then what happens when Battler or somebody else finds the gold, right? And then all of a sudden it's not bullshit anymore. They're like some fucked up shit's about to happen. There's a lot of like really weird possibilities and whatnot. So a lot of this shit can get fucked up. Like I understand from their standpoint why they're playing this way, and it makes perfect sense. It really does. And I probably, if I was in this situation where it's like, okay, I have an inheritance here, I should be getting this, I'd probably play a little similarly if I was a rich person. But you see, I don't think like a rich person because I ain't got money. I don't know. I ain't got money like that. like this shit's above me. But anyway, if I were in their position, this is how I would play it too. It's just like, okay, fine. You're embezzling funds? All right. Hush money, please.
当然よね。
It's only natural, right?
75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
We'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7.5 billion share shrank.
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。
We'll avoid complaining as a general rule.
兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。
Just make sure you do it neat and
よっ
tidy.
ぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ、俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up.
俺たちだって早く遺産が欲しい。
We want our inheritance quickly, too.
いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging.
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのかね。
If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation?
兄さんでいいわ。
We don't mind if it's you.
多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。
This is probably the first and last chance for us siblings to reach a consensus.
そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
I believe it won't come to that. God, she's so evil. The plot twist is that the grandfather has a button that will make the whole island blow up and no one gets anything. You know what? That's a justified end.
ローザもたまには言うわね。
Looks like even you can speak up now and then, Rosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the upper sibling shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. God damn, there's more? Okay. Our fifth condition. What the fuck? You could just make a decision that's like, well, fuck your dad's will. Wait, what? This decision must take precedence over father's will. Later on, we don't want to make some will to appear. We don't want some will to appear to make this decision completely irrelevant. I see that you're very cautious. Although I guess that would be smart, is to say like, well, hold on, because then if we do this and then the will says, well, no, all the money just goes to Kraus, then Kraus has a trump card, and it doesn't matter what agreement they've come with. The will says otherwise. Okay. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, this is about to be so bad. You can think of our okay. You can think of our share as an advance payment. This gold absolutely exists. It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch. A seventh what do you mean a seventh condition? We only got to 5. The fifth condition. Oh, I guess they're counting this as 6. This would be 6. That if the gold actually were to show, okay. All right, never mind. Okay, they just didn't say 6, and that's why I was like, what do you mean 6? What do you mean 7? Oh, never mind. Okay, it's all out the window now. Okay. Never mind, it is all out the window. It is all out the window. Okay, I don't know where this is going now. The conditions are so weird. There's so much protection. Now there's a rule that completely makes us finding the gold pointless, unless they don't agree to this. I think they might actually not agree to this. I think someone might speak up and say something here, because that's also a weird thing. That's a weird thing for Kraus to say, right? If Kraus is denying that the gold exists and then says something like this, he's putting in a condition in which he's accepting that the gold does exist, right? Like that's how I should be reading this. Because why would you say this? If the gold doesn't exist, then why are you now saying that, oh, well, if we find it, then it's mine? Right? Because then that's bullshit. There's no way they just accept this with no other condition applied to it. How did he word that? That any sibling other than myself finds the goal. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, yeah, if you 3 find it, but then what happens if they find it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. It was a play on words. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Of course, the others who were forcing Kraus to pay some money for some non-existent gold wouldn't save Kraus's portion if they actually found it. Yeah, from the beginning, this deal had nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Yeah, so there were two things there. I was like, it was wordplay, but then also I'm like, but then what happens if like the siblings don't find it, but the kids find it? Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last, and his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. What happens if the head butler finds it? Just, yeah. However, they've forgotten one thing. They've forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they had been forced to band together to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding. She's like, just, God, why? Please, can we stop fighting about money and just get this over with? Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal. My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nissan. What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you. Just the same as all of you. I mean, yeah, they're all very greedy, yes. You seem to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a similar plan to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good. So, Aniki. Would you mind signing here? Okay, before you sign that, I'm gonna get another water. Alright, that didn't take long. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Well, how do you have... I love how your avatar moves after you leave like you're talking, but you're not. It might be that anything that's hitting my mic stand is probably being received as if it's noise and that is being picked up. So yeah, that makes sense. There's one of each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, wait. How are the contracts already written up if we just made new deals to it? Shouldn't Kraus be like, well, wait a minute, what about what we just discussed?
Kraus 兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。
Okay, fine, they answered my question. Question asked, answered immediately. Okay, thanks, game. I appreciate you actually paying attention to that detail. The 7th condition you propose will, of course, be added right now.
安心したってな。
Don't worry about that.
兄貴、ペン使うか?
Aniki, need a pen? This happens a lot with you because I'm predictive text blackjack. That's why. I either predict the text or I'm just like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why? Oh, you should be saying this, and then they say it, and I'm like, okay, all right, fine. Or in this case where it's just like, I'm like, well, wait a minute, why would you sign this? You just talked about a caveat that's not there, and then they're like, we're adding it, and I'm like, all right, never mind, my bad. I remember this one rant you went on, and then, oh, I can't remember what game that was for either. Yeah, I ranted because I was like so upset about it. And I'm like, I cannot believe this, like, or whatever, for about like 5 minutes. And then I just pressed the button and they took care of it. And I felt so stupid for it. Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, okay, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time. That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it. That's not that. Yeah, that's not the argument you want to make. This is scam caller 101, how you know that like you're on the phone with somebody who is trying to scam you, right? If they're pushing you, okay, if they're asking for information, right? And they're pushing you to sign something, right? If you have hesitance and you're just like, wait a minute, I want to know some information, and then they're immediately just in rebuttal mode and they're pushing you to sign, you're in a scam. That's when your alarm should be going off that you're in a scam. Get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. Doesn't matter if they try to hold you on the line or anything like that. You're in a scam. Get out. Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent. My business sense is dull. Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, now he's playing dumb. I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half of a year. That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick? I must admit that I'm quite poor, says the man wearing a three-piece suit sitting on the sofa of his mansion on his private island. Yeah. At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once.
1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。
Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance.
それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
Okay. That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign.
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでも兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。
He's using the I'm poor. Actually, I'm broke defense. Actually, I ain't got it defense. My net worth is bullshit defense. Kraus Nissan, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it?
本当なら取引の余地もない話や。
All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all.
そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。
We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money.
そう説明した上で、そこを断るっちゅうんは、互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか?
Now that we've explained that, you rejected our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね?
Why are you all in such a rush?
それとも何に怯えているのかね?
Or could it be that you're afraid of something?
どうぞ私にだけは教えてくれんかね?
Rosa, won't you tell me alone?
他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear.
別に私は
It's not as though I...
よせよ兄貴。
Quit it, Aniki.
俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。
All we're asking is whether you're gonna sign or not.
妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしだ。
Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves.
ほう。私には交渉の余地もないと。
You say I have no room to negotiate.
立場が弱いのは私の方で、公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね?
Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall, at the long shadow that had existed since they were children.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね?
Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? Oh my God, I'll go on a rant if I talk about this too long. You don't come to the table with the compromise. You come to the table with the solution. I hate it in this scenario. I like it better in scenarios where you're talking about something that genuinely benefits people. This, however, is between rich people. So.
この取引は私にとっては弟や妹たちと長いことを失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。
From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us.
それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。
It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as
そ
possible.
れが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。
I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today.
だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね?
However, it seems I'm not the only one who would be glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze.
秀吉兄さん、あなたの会社非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。
I hear your company has been doing extremely well
トントン
lately.
拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。
Damn, that's crazy. He's talking like he's broke at a brisk pace. It went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared.
実にお羨ましいことです。
I am truly jealous.
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
We aren't here to talk about my husband.
だが、 株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders.
そして上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。
It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed.
気づいた時にはたちの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
Before you realized that some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right? What does that have to do with anything?
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
How could you know about that?
秀吉さんと同じですよ。
I mean, I guess it the same way you knew about me. Okay, so is this punch back like, aha, you're broke too?
私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。
If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you.
そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Is it really so unexpected as that? Krause grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in a stock holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather mass fundings to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe the guy at the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right also allows them to keep eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. God, this is just sounding like how they lay people off. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. I see what he's doing here. Okay, I get it now. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and take their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that couldn't be ignored. After they sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of the majority, the documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the need of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. I mean, what democracy are we talking about? So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, in capital fucking letters, more than anything else, okay, game, thank you. I gotcha. He wanted a lot of money right now. I take it that's important. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance since no one knew when he would die. And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgment to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? What's this all about? Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money that you don't have. Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been worrying over it alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money, but you need to have it. If you ain't got the money, honey, I guess you just get diseases instead. Right? Right. Anyway. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of... But with money, anything can be settled. Alright, yeah, Kraus, worst boy. Kraus, worst boy. Though rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million. Okay, if we're talking several million, then that means we're talking about 750 million yen, which would be why he's interested in that amount. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it would still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. I really want to see what... I really need to know what that is like in the original. That's so funny. In translation. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. I have a structured settlement, but I need cash now. Don't call Kraus. My daddy won't die, but I need cash now. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in that. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly. That's none of your business, Kraus-Nissan. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Okay, so now that flipped everything on its head, the conditions are kind of stupid, right? Well, not stupid, but like they don't make sense now, because now it's just like, okay, we just yeeted everything out the window. We're back at square one. I mean, I guess it tells me like positions of people in like their story. I'm curious how this is all going to tie in. I see where this can go, and I thought we were setting it up to go a certain way, and now it's not going that way anymore. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. Man, for a bunch of rich people, they sure are broke. If you know any of the sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first. Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could only think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up the charade. They'd entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh wait, you said I was broke and I don't have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings, who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago, could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Don't make me laugh. As if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. I don't know. Like, at the same time, I'm also kind of like, how did y'all just lose your leverage like this? I mean, I get it. Like, yes, the reason why is that he's telling them to pay forward right now. He doesn't actually have it. Everybody here is broke. This is broke behavior right here. You see this? This is pretend rich. They got pretend money. They got monopoly money. Don't let rich people lie to you. All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Damn you. Taking advantage of us. Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. I'm so cool. You bastard. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Krause laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。
In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold.
そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが。
If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. Okay, so now all of a sudden he became the game master? That's not the turn I was expecting, but okay. How sad, how sad, how very sad. So this just sucks for everyone. I mean, that's one way to look at it. How extremely, totally, truly hopelessly sad. Man, tonight, let us all drink together. Bruh, I don't want to drink, bruh. Like that, just having this conversation is sobering. As we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold that you don't believe in. If we four friendly siblings work together, there's surely no puzzle we can't solve. Evil ass motherfucker. Evil. All right. I think I'm at a good stopping point because now we're finally getting back to Kenzo, but there's a small part of me that wants to know what Kenzo's about to say. But I'm also thinking about saving it for tomorrow, because I can hop back on this tomorrow and do a bit more. Yeah, because I kind of feel like this is probably a good, after learning all that, this is actually probably whatever Kenzo is about to say here, I think is going to be like big. Whichever option you want. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Let's save here. Call it a night. Going for about 5 hours. Wow, what a stream. I feel good. I'm about to go eat some pizza. The rest of my garlic knots. Thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you enjoyed today and want some more UMINEKO, I will be back tomorrow. So tomorrow I should be streaming around 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then I'm probably back to Hades again on Tuesday. And then I know for certain on Saturday we'll be back with 999 as we continue to go through that with Novell and Donnie, who is a part of Regretful Twitcher, who I think is still here. Thank you so much for joining me as well. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Goodbye.